Yeah, let's go ahead and
Morning. If I could have everyone go ahead and come on in, we're going to get started in about 2-3 minutes, okay? Thank you very much. All right, good morning. We're going to go ahead and get started. So please come in. Rather than use your microphone, I'm just going to use my loud mouth. Well, I think everyone can hear me, but if you need to, please move forward. First off, welcome. I'm glad everyone's here. I can't believe everyone's here. I woke up this morning and I said, please let there be more than 5 people in the room. Woo! So this is awesome. A little bit more than 5. I can't believe it. Well, welcome. So here we are in Curry County, about to talk about cannabis in a very kind of official city-like building, and none of us are going to get in trouble. Isn't that weird? Isn't that great? And it's a little ironic because we're here talking and celebrating over the legalization of a multi-billion dollar industry that probably should have been legal all along. Yes. That's my view anyway. But whatever, here we are today. We got the law, and big credit, big props to the governor. I don't care if you're blue, I don't care if you're red, you like this, you don't like her. She did exactly what we all needed to do to get this passed, and I give her major credit for making that happen. So thank you. I'm not from here for a long time, but I grew up here. The newspaper called me a transplanted New Yorker, which I guess is kind of true. I lived in New York for 18 years. I just moved back. Prior to that, I lived in California for 12 years. So I've been gone from this area for a really long time. But having come back, it's all about cannabis now. I came back here for this opportunity, and I intend to take full advantage of it. A little bit about my background. I worked in finance for a long time. I worked in Wall Street. Later after that, I transitioned to teaching. I worked at NYU, Baruch, and Fort Oaks, two schools in Manhattan, teaching finance and communication and some other things. And recently, I was doing some consulting work with some companies in New York. I have a small education and training company based in China, where I go over and do some training classes over there. But as interesting as all that is, as soon as New Mexico even smelled like, no pun intended, smelled like it might get a cannabis law, I moved back. Because the opportunities that this industry represents, especially for this area, are enormous. Enormous. They're game-changing. I grew up around here. I know what incomes are like around here. I know what jobs are like around here. And I know the kind of haves and have-not situation that exists all over the area here. And while cannabis is not a miracle that's going to change all that, it's a really big deal. I don't want anyone to think that what I'm doing here is anything like selling you a monorail, all right? I'm not selling you a monorail, okay? If anyone's watched The Simpsons, monorail, right? That's not what this is. This is an economic opportunity, and a big part of what we're doing today is making that aware to everyone so we all see the picture clearly. There's 2 big things that we can do today to really make sure we have a good afternoon, all right? The first part of it is education. And to a large extent, that one's on me. So I'm going to do my best to make sure I provide good information. And at the same time, I'm trying to fill the agenda today with some really interesting, really smart, really experienced people from the cannabis industry that are going to come in and provide lots of information about the plant, about growing the plant, about, from a really important perspective, how to get your license, how to walk through that bureaucratic minefield that you got to get through to participate on the growing side or the retail side of the business. That's really where the big money is. There's other ways you can make money getting exposed to this business, and a lot of people here know that. But if you're here to grow, or if you're here to get a retail license, that's not going to be simple. It's not impossible, very doable, but it's not going to be simple. But you need to know, what are the processes I got to go through? What are those steps? What kind of things is the state going to look for? Right? With my facility, how does that have to be? What about my water rights? How does that work, right? There's a lot of little things that are going to come up in this licensing process. So education is a big part of today. The second part of today is networking. There's a lot of really good people in the room, and you're all here for a common purpose. You're all here because you share a love of cannabis, and you have a business interest. There's a commercial combination to what's going on. All right? So we all have that in common. So talk to one another. Meet each other. Go shake hands. Introduce yourself. Right? Something like, hi, my name is so-and-so, and I do such and such. How about you? And then you respond, hi, so-and-so, I'm such and such, and I do this and that. And then in that conversation, one of you grab a word from what the other person says, and have a follow-up question. Oh, you live in Albuquerque. Well, oh, so you're a grower. Tell me about that. Oh, so you're a consultant. How does that work? And suddenly you got a conversation, right? A nice little back and forth. But meeting each other is like building a community here. I hate to invoke Hillary Clinton and anything, but it does. It takes a village. I hate to say it, but it does. It takes a village, right? You got to know who the people are. You got to meet them, network with them, become friends with them. So that's what we're doing, all right? What is this all about? Like, what is really this opportunity that people like me talk so much about? Well, let's think about it. Let's start with Clovis, the city of Clovis. In this area, Curry County, Clovis is the center of gravity, right? Always has been. So let's start with Clovis. First thing you have to understand is that as we go into this new full commercialization world, the legal industry, the legal side of the industry changes. It becomes a new industry altogether. It's a new legal regime. So there's players that will come into the new market that don't exist yet. They will exist soon, right? There were things that they used to do in the old industry because the way they had to do it was like this. That's changed now. In the new world, it's going to be different. So there's a lot of changes come about. So let's look at Clovis. Let's think about what is the market size, perhaps, of Clovis, right? You're going to begin to think about this commercially. What is the Clovis market size? We got about 39,000 people in the city of Clovis, roughly. Another 2,500 or so in Cannon, and then another, say, 1,500, 2,000 in the Curry County and Texaco area, right? So let's say 45,000 people in Clovis. When you look across the country in states where we already have fully legalized regimes, you'll find about 10 to 20% of the population smokes cannabis. Okay? Some places it's a little more, but it's usually not less than 10. Right? Usually 10 is pretty low. But let's use 10% for Curry County and Clovis, right? It's conservative. 45,000 people, so 4,500 people in Clovis are going to consume cannabis. How much are they going to spend a month? Let's say $100. Some of you are like, $100, that's too low. But let's use $100, right? As a nice, easy number. So we've got 4,500 people, and they're spending $100 a month. How much is that every month? Everyone's like, that's not bad, How much? $450,000 a month, right? Is roughly the market here in Clovis. So anyone wringing their hands like, oh, they're going to be selling popsicles on every school corner. Like, no, it's not that big of a market. $450,000 a month is about $6 million a year. A little bit less, but just to make it easy math, right? Let's just say $6 million a year. So plus or minus, you've got a cannabis market here in Clovis of about $6 million a year. And as you all know, there's already 3 stores in town, big, nice stores, servicing that. Okay? So is that really where all the excitement is? No. That's not too exciting. It's not bad, I'm not criticizing it, but it's not really like a big deal. So what is the big deal? Well, here in Curry County, we have a nice geographical feature to where we live. Who knows what that great geographical feature is? The border with Texas. The border with Texas. That's right. Because why? What's happened recently? When the governor signed the legislation here in New Mexico, she created a legislative arbitrage. She created a business opportunity where one side can do something, the other side can't, and it's arbitrary, but it's real, right? Because you live in Texas, the government says, no cannabis here. But right over the border in New Mexico, all you want now, right? Or not all you want, but smoke, right? So what's going to happen? Well, Texas, they're going to come over here. They're going to buy from us, naturally, okay? Great. So let's think about what is that Texas market, all right? If you look at Texaco, and then you look at Amarillo, and then you look at Lubbock on a map, you'll see it's an equilateral triangle, right? Texaco is right in the middle. So if you're coming north from Lubbock, or you're going southwest from Texas, from Amarillo, you'll end up directly in Texaco. It's the path of least resistance, right? Now, I got a friend here from Tucumcari who's like, well, that's not true. Up in Amarillo, they've got I-40, so they can go a little bit straight west, right? But in general, Texaco and Curry County is ideally positioned right in between those two major urban areas. Amarillo, 250,000 people. Lubbock, 200,000 people. And then if you go an hour and a half from Texaco, and kind of draw a circle and capture all the little cities, Levelland, Hereford, Plainview, all that stuff, you'll get about 550,000 people. So let's do some math here, right? 550,000 people, 10%, what is that? 55,000, right? 55,000 people, they're going to come over here and they're going to spend $100 a month buying cannabis. How much is that every month? 5.5 million. That's a much bigger number, isn't it? 5.5 million times 12, what is that? More than 60, about 65 million, 66 million bucks, right? Now we're talking 66 million bucks in new business in Texas. That's real. And not only is that real, that's probably small. I'm probably underestimating that number. Now, no one knows. Again, I'm not trying to say a monorail, right? Be a monorail. No. Those are real numbers. And by all means, do your own math. Do your own research, right? You do your own research on how many numbers, how many people smoke, how much they spend. And you come up with your own math. You'll see it's very similar. There's an economist at UNM. Her name is Professor Kelly O'Donnell. And she came out with a really big study a few months ago where she analyzed the cannabis industry in New Mexico. It's very comprehensive. Made a lot of the news reports. You guys probably read it. She said in her estimate, and this is her numbers, but I think she knows what she's doing. She seems intelligent. Her number was that at the end of the first full year of legalized cannabis in New Mexico, the industry here should be about 342 million bucks. Okay? The whole state, 342. Very nice number, right? Now let's think back. What did we say? What is the number that's going to come out in Texas? About 65 million, right? On the low side. What's Clovis? Another 6 million, right? So what do we get? About 70 million in Clovis. 70 million out of the 342. What does that make us? Anyone know? 20%, 20-ish%, right? Something like that, about a fifth of the whole state market, right? What's the number one market in the state? Albuquerque. Albuquerque, Santa Fe. Is now, probably always moving, right? Number two. Who knows what number two is? Las Cruces. Why Las Cruces? Where they have? El Paso. Yeah, right? El Paso, 500,000, 600,000, 700,000 people. I was talking to, where's Aaron Gadar? I was talking to Aaron about, she said, well, if you count immigrants, it's about 2 million, right? But still, a lot of people, right? A lot of people. But who's number three? We are. This market, when you include Texas, we become the number 3 cannabis market in the state. That's pretty damn interesting, right? That's a lot of damn money. Further, Miss O'Donnell, Professor O'Donnell, I should say, goes on in her study to say 342 is year 1, the end of year 1. What's the end of year 5, 2026? Does anyone know what she said? I bet Pat gave us 1 billion. 5 years from now, she said the market in the state of Mexico will likely be around $1 billion. If Curry County is 20% of that, what does that imply for us? A lot of money, right? The people that don't do math are like, what? $200 million. $200 million in potential new economic activity for this region. And here's the really nice thing about all that money. It's not ours. It's not from this region. It's from outside this region. It comes into this region and then it stays here. That's how you get economic growth and economic activity, right? What Curry County, in my opinion, is missing right now is we are missing our own operations. And by operations, I'm not talking about retail stores. Because as exciting as these numbers are, you gotta put things into perspective. If we're doing $60, $70 million in Curry County on an annual basis, let's say it's $5, $6 million a month, that's if you work out how much cannabis is that, right? Because the numbers sound great, like, ooh, I want all that money, right? But how much cannabis is that? How are you going to get that money? That's 500-600 pounds a month. If anyone's grown cannabis, you know, if you get 1 pound off of a good plant, that's not bad. So 400 pounds, that's 400 plants. We're not growing 400 plants around here. And the growers that are growing, they're currently growing to supply their existing stores, right? And they're having trouble doing that. So the idea that 400 or 500 pounds is just going to like appear, it's not. If you build it, however, they will come. If we build the growing capacity here, you will be able to sell what you can grow. I guarantee you, for a long time. People say, well, in California, they're having supply problems. The growers are getting all backed up. Totally different market. Different legal regime, different politics, different rules, different. But California's been going at it 6-7 years now, and they're just now getting to a supply issue, right? If you give me 6 years of selling crops at a good price, and then the 7th year goes down, I'll take it. I'll take that. That's all right. So give me 6 years of good prices, and I think we'll have at least that. The other opportunity that we face is that if you stand here in New Mexico and you look east, as I'm doing now, some of you are like, what? That's east, right? Texas is that way. If you look east, if you grow your business with the idea that we're going to keep growing east, you have a shot, right? If you grow your business and you look west, you got the sharks coming. Arizona, Nevada, California, Colorado, Oregon, Washington State, they know how to grow cannabis, right? They've developed brands. They've got expensive, you don't want to compete against that. You want to go east. That's where the lack of development is. And we are here in New Mexico, the tip of the spear heading east. We're right there. So anyone in this area that develops a really good brand that appeals to Texans, once Texas goes legal, or once the country goes legal, well, now you've got a brand and you can move right into another state and just keep doing business. Okay? That's a big part of what we're here today, is to understand that from an economics perspective, there is real interesting money to be made by people here growing, doing what a lot of you probably already do already. Have land, grow plants, water plants, look at your crops, look at the weather, think about, this is what cannabis is. We have in this county some of the lowest land costs, some of the lowest labor costs, and some of the most sun in the whole country. What's the number one input to growing good cannabis? It's sunlight. Light, right? Go look outside, you got plenty of it. A lot of farmers will say, we're in a drought, right? We don't get water. And for them, that's bad news, right? A drought. For a cannabis guy, what does that mean? Well, a drought just means we don't get a lot of clouds, right? The sun shines more. That's great for us, right? You put your stuff in the greenhouse, that's free, right? Free inputs. We have a lot of potential here to make money and transform this area in a positive way. That's what we're here to talk about. To get there, though, is a difficult process, and you need the right people. So for example, my co-sponsor today, Erin Gadara from Elmar, she's an accountant, right? And you think, well, how is that related to cannabis? It's related to cannabis because the cannabis regime is still illegal federally. What does that mean? That means the business side of things get a little complicated, right? The decisions that you might make as a business owner are different in the cannabis regime than it might be in a normal business. And you need to have a financial advisor who can help you understand that and help you make decisions based on the cannabis industry, right? So you not only want an accountant who can help you keep your books straight and all that and file taxes, it's a given. You need someone that can give you financial advice about making the right decisions as you go. This is why you gotta have the right people. Pat Davis, who's sitting back here, P2M Cannabis Advisor. Pat does a lot of things, so it's hard to like put him in a box. He does a lot of things. But Pat is a consultant, and the main thing that Pat is going to be able to do is he's going to be able to look at you and say, you want to get a license? Here's how we're going to do it. You want to get a license? This is what's realistic, this is what's not. You want to get a license? Where do you live? I live in Close. Okay, that's the city jurisdiction. Then we got to do this, this, and this. Where do you live? I live in the county. Okay, well, that's a different jurisdiction, right? We got to do this, this, and the other. If you don't have a guy like Pat, you're going to struggle as you go through the application process. Is it impossible? No, it's not impossible. Of course you can do it. But you need someone to help you. You're going to need someone, and it's worth it. Southwest Capital, where are they? Banks. We all love banks, right? Everybody knows banks. Bank. I know, but here's the thing. You're not getting business without a bank. What's the problem in the cannabis industry with banks? They don't want to touch you. You're like a pariah. Not only are you like a pariah, they don't want to touch you, but you're going to get to this situation where you will have a cannabis bank, which is Southwest. They will do your bank in Mexico. I'm almost certain. Maybe not, but probably. And then you're going to have your other bank, Wells Fargo or Bank of America, something like that, that you've always had. Now, if the folks at Bank of America find out that you've started working in cannabis, either working or if you start a business, either way, as soon as they find that out, this is going to happen to your bank account. Closed. Immediately. They're not even going to ask you, they're closed. They'll figure it out later. The banking world is one of the toughest and most challenging parts of moving around in this industry, because once you get your business going, you got to fund things, you got to pay for things. But if no bank will bank you, how do you do that, right? Southwest Capital is the bank in New Mexico that has taken the risk to deal with the federal government and open cannabis-based accounts so that the industry can function and get money, right? As you're doing all this, another thing you're going to want is at some point you're going to want to get the word out, right? You're going to want to let people know, like, hey, I'm in business. So here locally, I use Kathy Elliott, right? A marketing person. You have to have someone that, what did I say earlier? You got to build a brand, right? Well, how do you build a brand? You got to market, right? I don't know how many people in here are talented marketers. It's not easy, right? I don't know how many people know about digital marketing and designing digital marketing campaigns. Kathy does. I know she does. She got a lot of you here with her digital campaign, right? A lot of you here saw it online. That's how you're here. She was explaining to me one day how she did it. I got lost after a couple minutes. I said, oh, that sounds good. Sounds good. You want someone like that, an expert that can run your campaign. That's where we are. Understanding on the one side the business opportunity, and on the other side, understanding the people, and bringing those two things together. Thank you all for being here. I'm running late already. I apologize, but I want to start to bring up my first panel. So if I could have, please, Trishelle, Jason Greathouse, and Nancy Evanhoff come to the stage. We will kick off our first panel. Anyone you like, pick your favorite color. See the mic there?
Testing. Test.
Test.
Awesome. Look at that. Great. Thank you, guys. Nancy is with the Oso Cannabis Company, sorry. Everest Cannabis Co., had her name changed recently, and Pecos Valley Productions. Like Jason Greathouse, Trishelle Kirk, and Nancy. Yeah. Welcome to the stage. So the point on this first panel is I want to go to our speakers and talk a little bit about the regime change. So all three of you have operated businesses in the medical regime for very many years, and you've all had elements of success and established yourself. How do you see things changing as we enter into this new regime? How are your businesses preparing for it, and what kind of opportunities are you seeing? Nancy, maybe I'll start with you.
How are we seeing it change? Right now, I'm kind of worried about production. Okay, so I'm kind of worried about production and being able to provide enough product to our patients. Because patients still are number one. Recreational is going to be a challenge right now for the first couple of years, I imagine, getting enough product out there, and that's where you guys come in.
Yeah, what do you think, Trishelle?
Yeah, so, the market has been small in terms of the producers, the licenses available, and also just the customer base. Right now we're working with medical patients. There's steps you have to go through to get a medical card. You have to have a qualifying condition. And there's been a very small number of licenses available. Most of them are vertically integrated. We have a few manufacturers, we have a few testing labs, but the market's just been small. We all know each other. And that's changing significantly. The other thing that's changing is moving from the Department of Health to RLD is significant. The Department of Health was never a regulatory body, and I think they did a great job of kind of getting the program going, but moving to a division that has experience regulating the liquor licenses, the liquor industry, is going to be a big change, and I think that they're going to bring a lot of expertise that helps us approach this new 21 and older market, which is just, as I keep saying, it's just a significant difference. We have, I think, personally, everybody who's using cannabis is treating something, so I don't think that changes. But the people that actually come into our businesses, the people that we have the opportunity to work with is just expanding in every area. So for us, it's a lot of, just really understanding what our business is, who we serve, how we serve our communities, and really trying to make sure that we have processes that can scale and are able to, with production, I think that's a great example. For a long time we were limited. We could only grow 450 plants. Now we have the ability to grow far more plants. And I'll let Jason talk about this more, but scaling, it's one thing to grow 450. It's not the same processes at all to grow 6,000, 7,000. And you kind of have to start over every time you increase your number of plants. So that's a very real business challenge, but it's also such a great opportunity. And I think with licenses opening up, we're going to be welcoming a lot of fresh ideas into the industry, which is really exciting. And I think those fresh ideas are going to help us really pivot to this over 21 market.
So that's a tough answer to follow. I'll speak to the challenges to scaling up. And that's the biggest challenge, that we are not going to have the production, as she said, and as you said, we're not going to have the production to fill our own stores, much less anyone else that opens a store. Because right now, they just issued our plant counts. I don't know if Compassion or Oso, I'm sorry. Did y'all get the 10,000 too?
I think that will work.
Well, anyways, we just got ours, and we don't have the facilities ready to grow the plant, so we're just not going to have the products ready to go in April.
Based on this conversation, this idea of a lack of supply, do you anticipate prices going up in the future?
Absolutely.
Absolutely, yeah.
I think they're going to go up for at least 18 months to 2 years.
Now, as a consumer, of course, you hear that and you're like, oh, it's terrible. As a business owner, however, that's going to at least keep you up with inflation, right? So good demand there. Jason, I'd like to come to you and pose this question. Jason has a very interesting background that I think will be very relatable to a lot of you. Jason's family was originally in the dairy business. Could you tell us just a little bit about your family's history and then like kind of why you transitioned into cannabis after dairy? I think a lot of people here might be in a similar kind of.
Close to the big dairy.
Right.
So yeah, we owned Nature's Dairy in Roswell, New Mexico. We bottled our own milk. So in 14, our dad sold out, and the license came up, I think, in 15 for the new license. My dad was always kind of an advocate of cannabis, so it kind of fit, and then we got our license in 15, 16, and we retrofit the dairy, so it's pretty cool to have the dairy back, bring some life back to it, because all it was just weeds and old tins and all that, so it's nice to see it come back to life. And it's given us the opportunity to scale up the way that we have because we have the water and we have the land, which around here, as he said, there's a lot of land around here. So it's allowed us to scale up.
Yeah. Trishelle, Everest is an Albuquerque-based company. You have I think a store or two off in Southern. But you're here in Curry County today. Like why? Why is Everest here?
You know, we're really, really excited about the opportunity in the southern part of the state. So we are based out of Albuquerque. That's where most of our stores are. But we see a ton of opportunity down here, both to work with a lot of local folks, which is something we're really excited about. You know, a lot of the agriculture in New Mexico is in the southern and eastern parts. And so, you know, we're really looking forward to expanding our footprint down here and partnering with people in the local area to bring our products to more New Mexicans.
Awesome. So at Oso, tell us a little bit about Oso. You have a store in Portales. How does the store in Portales view the Texas market that might be coming your way?
So we are anticipating a big rush from Texas. We're already seeing it. Texas is already calling and asking if we are rec, and it's an everyday thing. I have to tell people all the time, not yet.
So hold on,
Sorry.
you're getting calls every day already.
Every
Can
day.
we come buy your cannabis?
Yep, every day. I know it's rec. Well, we can't sell until April, and I don't even know if anybody's gonna be ready, especially the medical side. Are we gonna be recreational? Are we gonna be able to provide? How is that gonna change? Those are all questions that we don't know how we're gonna set up our store for recreational. So
Yeah.
it's gonna be a challenge, and it's gonna be exciting to see how all this plays out.
You're already seeing a theme, right? Where's the supply gonna come from? We kind of see where the money is, right? But where is the supply gonna come from? Jason, if you had a relationship with a grower here in Curry County, just a grower only license, and that person was able to produce some weight, some pounds, some product, by the time the market came legal, would you be interested in potentially purchasing that cannabis from them?
Yeah, we'd be interested, but I think we're gonna have to. I think the micro guys, the guys coming in again, you're gonna have to rely on them.
Yeah, Trishelle, same question to you.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we already participate in the wholesale market periodically. That's what we call it when it goes business to business. And I think that not only is it going to help us with some of the supply issues matching up with our retail footprint and the retail demand, but it also allows for different variety and different more options on the shelves, which I think is great from a retail perspective, assuming we can even keep up at all.
Yeah, right. Do you see the products changing any as we go into this full market? How do you see things evolving, right, in terms of the product side?
I think we're gonna get more national brands, but I think the products are the products. The manufacturers are gonna get better at what they do. But I think we're gonna get more national brands coming in.
And I also think that there's certain aspects of the products that are going to change. With the medical market, you sell really high dose THC products, and that makes a lot of sense for our medical patients. But in a rec market, that is probably not going to be quite as attractive to the majority of our customers. So I do think there's going to be changes in how much THC is in the products, but the fundamental products, the trends are the trends. And they're the same, essentially the same, whether it's a medical or a recreational market.
Got it. And in Portales, are you seeing, is the demand good in Portales? Like, you've got the college there. Is that most of your consumers, or who are the average consumers in Portales?
Everybody. All walks of life. I'm surprised. It's all walks of life. I mean, we get patients in there and they're very, they're just nervous about being in there, but really it's like, there's people like you all the time walking in here.
Yeah.
So it's everybody.
Another big challenge that I know a lot of people start off with, and we've been talking a lot about growing, but retailing is also not simple at all. Jason, your family was in the dairy business. Where the hell did you get into retail experience? How'd you figure that out?
Well, we did sell, like I said, we bottled our milk, so we supplied all the schools in the Southwest, so we had a retail, we understood retail. a little bit.
Okay.
But no, it, one thing I would add to what you said earlier, not only the accountant, is lawyers and HR.
Yep,
Better have HR, there you go.
lawyers and HR, totally agree, yeah. What do you think, Trishelle?
So the retail is a really interesting challenge for a variety of reasons. One, because most retail has bank loans on it, and a lot of those banks do not want a cannabis tenant. And so it really minimizes the areas where we can put a retail shop. On top of that, almost all of the counties, cities, municipalities in New Mexico are currently working or have already enacted zoning restrictions on where cannabis locations can go, both retail, agriculture, and manufacturing. So there's a very real challenge in getting a good retail footprint in areas where people want to go, where they feel safe, but that also meets the financial and zoning constraints.
Just to pick up on something you said, you mentioned that the properties would have bank notes on them. So what you mean is that the owner of the property doesn't own it outright. He's got a loan from a bank, and that bank, before he can lease it to you, the bank has to give him permission, and the bank is saying, I'm not leasing to Cannabis.
And his insurance company.
The insurance company. And this is a really good point, and this gets to some of the complications that most businesses don't even have to concern themselves with. But as a cannabis operator, you're going to find situations like this all the time. Here's a great building. Can I lease it? Sure. What do you do? Well, I'm going to be a cannabis retailer. Ooh, no. My bank won't let me. Like, what do you mean, my bank won't let me? So these are real challenges, right?
Yeah. And what's interesting is in basically every way that matters, we're more credit worthy than most restaurants and a lot of other businesses. I mean, look at COVID, we all grew during COVID. We were open the whole time. We were the only stores open in shopping centers. And obviously that was kind of a crazy time. It still is a crazy time, but we're super credit worthy, but it doesn't matter because of the federal banking laws.
Yeah.
So back to the scale, there's no banks that will give you loans. You can't get traditional money, so you gotta get investors that are gonna either take a lot of your equity, or they're gonna charge you 15-20% on their money.
Right. No, there's no cheap banking options, are there? No. Have you had challenges like this in Portales with any kind of zoning or any issues along those lines?
I think Portales is a lot more lenient than Clovis. Clovis is a little more strict.
Yeah, on zoning.
On zoning, but it seems like Portales is pretty open to it.
So we're talking zoning in Clovis and Portales, but you're in the king of all zoning issues up in Albuquerque. What kind of issues have you had up in Albuquerque?
Actually, Albuquerque, what they enacted from a zoning restriction perspective was pretty reasonable. I'm actually really happy, and a lot of the people came together and really advocated, saying we want the tax revenue from cannabis. Cannabis is good business. We want those tenants in our shopping areas, and so we had there were zoning restrictions that were put out there, and they were scary. I will tell you, I was panicking. But then, the community really stepped up and said, no, we want cannabis. We want it in our shopping areas. And what they came up with was, I think, quite reasonable. So, what we have in Albuquerque right now is pretty manageable. There's the basic restrictions that are in the law. They don't want a green mile, which is reasonable, frankly. As a retailer, I don't want a green mile either. So it works out. But, we have seen zoning restrictions proposed that would basically make it so you cannot have retail anywhere in a city, you cannot grow anywhere in a city. But as of right now, I'm actually pretty happy with where Albuquerque is.
Excellent. Jason, have you had challenges from zoning and ordinance in some of your stores?
Actually, Rawls is pretty strict.
Really?
Yeah, they're trying to get us out of the city.
Is that right?
We're getting grandfathered in on their existing stores, but any new stores, they're trying to get us out of the city.
On what kind of, what is the push? Like, is it based on like zoning next to residential, or how are they driving you
They
out?
don't want us next to residential, church, you know,
All that stuff.
all that stuff.
Yeah, okay.
They want to create almost a green mile, but outside city limits.
So a green mile would be where a city specifically zones so that all the cannabis stores are in the same kind of block or whatever, right? They try to push them right into a new zone. We got a few minutes left. As representatives of some of the real big stores that are local, that are coming here, that are excited about here, Jason, we'll start with you. What message would you leave this community here in Curry County and Clovis about what the future might be for them working with someone like you potentially?
With working,
Yeah, like what kind of message would you leave the group from a big grower's perspective? What opportunities do you see?
well, there's opportunities, but I think when we all got into it, we underestimated the financial burden that it puts on you. It costs a lot of money. I mean, because you think about, I'm gonna build a building, but then you don't think about operating a building. You don't think about, I gotta have a bedroom, I gotta have a dry room, I gotta have a cure rooms, all these other things you don't think about. So that was the most challenging thing for me. So I would say, before you get into it, do all your homework and have a lot of money.
Yeah, I agree. Trisha, how about you?
Yeah, we talked a lot about supply issues, and I think they're going to be very real. The current producers have been constrained for a long time. We are not growing enough plants currently to support a recreational market. So I do think there's opportunities. It's expensive to grow. Jason's not joking. This is something he and I talk about quite a bit. So there's a lot of upfront capital, but I do think the opportunities there. Prices will likely go up, but then prices are going to go down again. And so it's making sure that you have a cost model that supports that. And I would say that one of the things that we've seen is that New Mexicans want quality. So, and again, quality is expensive, but if you're able to produce high quality cannabis, I think there'll always be a market.
Excellent.
I want to tell anybody out here, especially about planning and zoning, go to your city council meetings and voice your opinion.
Yeah.
That's really, really important because they will listen. They will listen, especially here in Clovis, November 10th. They're going to have another one. So hope to see you guys there.
So that's a really good point. Regardless of what your feelings are with respect to being politically active, this is a really good issue to get political on, and especially at the local level. The state has kind of already spoken in terms of what the regime is going to be like, but the counties and the cities, they still have a lot of room to wiggle in terms of how they can adapt the law into their own jurisdiction. The more you speak up locally and the more local politicians hear our voice, the better things will get. I noticed, in my opinion, a lot of local politicians, their reaction seems to be to go real conservative and just wait and see what happens, right? So it's like a knee-jerk reaction to the far right, and then they're just going to play the waiting game. And it's largely based on a lack of education. They don't know. They don't see any better, and they want to be conservative, right? The more we talk, the more we get involved, the better. Thank you three very much. I appreciate the time. So we're going to take just a quick 2-3 minute pause. I would like Ben Lewinger, Pat Davis, Seth Garden Swartz to come up when you get ready, and we'll get the next panel kicked off about 3-4 minutes. Thank you.
I'll try to do some of that tomorrow.
I can hear you. How are you? Good, how are you?
Yeah, it's like in the summertime, it's kind of like yeah, right before the
So we get started with the next panel in about 1 minute. If I could have you come back to your chairs, please. We'll kick it off in 1 minute.
I know, but that's the fact. I know you know some of this. Now.
That is this panel.
Hello, hello. Check. Microphone check. Everybody sound good? So this is the second panel this morning, how to start a cannabis business in New Mexico, challenges and opportunities. My name is Ben Lewinter. I'm the Executive Director of the New Mexico Cannabis Chamber of Commerce. I hope that everybody sticks around for the happy hour after the event. Nobody's listening, yeah. I used to be a teacher.
Thank you.
I'll pull out my teacher voice.
Please do.
Children, get to your seats. Thanks, Eric.
That worked.
Again, I hope that everybody joins us for the cocktail hour this afternoon. It's a really nice time. The Cannabis Chamber of Commerce is here to help to be the voice of the industry. I've worked with and for different chambers of commerce, and I can say that if there were ever an industry anywhere in the world that needed some kind of unifying voice, it's the cannabis industry right now in New Mexico. And I look forward to meeting and speaking more with all of you. I drove down this morning from Albuquerque. It was a nice drive, mostly in the dark, a little windy. Does everybody know why New Mexico is windy?
Oh, yeah.
It's because Texas sucks and Arizona blows. Woo! I know we're close to Texas. I shouldn't make those jokes, but I have a lot of New Mexico pride. I think this panel is about how you start your cannabis business, but really this panel is about why somebody would be so crazy to go into a business that is 15% more difficult and 20% more expensive than anything else you could possibly do. We're talking about engaging in commerce that is federally illegal. We're talking about being part of a business where you can't write off most of your expenses, which if you know other businesses, that seems crazy, but the IRS has this tax code 280E, which we'll probably hear more about today, that makes it impossible as a cannabis business owner for you to write off expenses. But I also think what we're talking about is New Mexico's comeback story. Cannabis is deeply rooted in how New Mexico and rural New Mexico is gonna turn this around and is gonna make our comeback. And I'm really excited for everybody in this room who's gonna be part of writing that story, especially our panelists who, well, I'll let everybody introduce themselves. You already met Brian. Pat Davis, introduce yourself.
Oh, thanks. My name's Pat Davis. I work for a group called P2M Consulting. That's just the initials of me and my business partner, my business partners. Years ago, I was a police officer. I spent a lot of time pulling up plants and taking people to court for it. So when I got to New Mexico, I got out of that business, got into politics, and passed some of New Mexico's first cannabis decriminalization laws. In the city of Albuquerque, we wrote our first zoning codes to let people do that. And then when this governor got elected, she asked me to chair her legalization commission. And so we spent 2 years going around the country, working with really smart folks to come up with how we would build a roadmap to legalization. And when that passed, a bunch of people called us and said, great, we have a law. How do we get a license? And we said, we don't know. They haven't made up the rules yet, but we'll work on it together. So today in New Mexico, our group represents 64 different new applicants. Most of those are new applicants. A handful are existing producers, transitioning, and manufacturers. So we work with and represent the largest group of new applicants in the state of New Mexico seeking applications and for everything from local zoning all the way up to state applications.
Seth Garden Schwartz.
Well, I'm the lawyer, so I'm sorry to kill that buzz here. But, that's so generous. So I really think of myself as an entrepreneur who kind of fell in the law because I, left Turn It Out or something like that. And my partner and I formed our law firm about 6 years ago as business lawyers. So we try to sound fancy. We say we're a boutique business firm, and our job is really to help business people achieve their goals. And our real mission is to get to know them pretty well and understand and advise them, not based on what they're asking us, but based on what we know about them and what we know about the field. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the legal side of structuring your business.
Well, me, I don't know. Nope. Hello. You all know me. I spend, in terms of being an applicant, I spend most of my time listening to Pat, listening to my lawyer, listening to my accountant. That's really a lot of what being an applicant has meant at this point.
So the recurring theme today is going to be all the different pieces that come together for you to get your license, whether it's finance and banking, whether it's insurance, whether it's accounting and CPA, whether it's regulatory, whether it's legal. So this is a nice little dissection of some of the most important pieces all coming together. So I think the first question, undoing prohibition is really hard. I feel like we're in this situation where a lot of us don't know what we don't know. So I would like to ask you, what's the most important thing that people don't even, it's not even on their radar, it's so outside of the realm of what they should know? What's the biggest thing that people don't know that they should know?
I'll kick it off. I'll start. As the applicant, I can tell you from my perspective going through this process, the thing that has surprised me probably the most, and it shouldn't because you always hear people say this, but it's the money. It's that it's been way more expensive than I initially anticipated. And when I sat down to try and figure out what my costs would be, I tried to be really diligent in coming up with costs. And then as I came up with those costs, I tried to be really conservative and make them as big as I could. And I was still off by a factor of about 3. And it's gone way, way deeper into my savings and my investment, available investments than I ever expected. And it got to the point where it's now, even if I knew I wanted to be in this business, but I'm to the point now where I'm so deep committed expenses, there's no turning back. And you'll probably hit that phase as well, where you'll say okay, I'm just going to put a tiny little amount in, and I'll do that. And if it doesn't work out, I'll just walk away. That's not going to happen. That little amount is going to get bigger and bigger. And at some point, you're all in. And then you realize, if I don't get my license, this is wasted. And that's terrible. That's why completing this process with the right people is so extremely important, and really why I wanted to make sure they all got up here to get to hear this from me.
That's a really good segue for me, right? So what I see a lot is people are very excited to get into this industry. And just by background, Candace and I and Luke and Liz and our whole team work with a lot of business startups. And we've worked a lot in tech. Our backgrounds are really based in tech. And let me tell you that cannabis is a lot like tech for a couple of reasons. One is people generally get into it because they've got some passion for what they're doing, because they think they can make a lot of money, right? And the other thing that's common to them is all financing is equity. There's almost no debt available in this market, which means you've got to give up equity. And so what those things together mean that people are missing is they don't think about the structure of their business. Exactly what you said. You're going to have to really estimate and do hard math on what's going to cost you to set this up. But you also have to really structure your business. You have to choose the right entity and the right business structure for how you're financing it, who you're financing it with, who your partners are. Because once they give you their money, they're not going to sit quietly and ask. And very much like tech, you really want to have smart money, because it's going to be much more helpful to you. And you also want to manage the expectations of your investors with things like good documentation. We have frequently seen people show up the week they want to submit their license, say, hey, can I form my, I need a company. Can I just be a sole proprietorship? I'm going to be we're going to be a partnership. Is that cool? Like, oh God, no. Like, so think about these things very carefully, because if your business experiences some challenges, and who thinks their business can experience some challenges? Raise your hand. If your hand is down, you should probably leave the room, right? So there's going to be challenges, and it's going to be really, really helpful if you go back and look at the documents and say, gee, what happens if we have to have a capital call? What happens if we need to raise more equity? What happens to the ownership amounts of the people who are in first? This is one of my favorite. If you remember one thing from what I say today, if you bring in people and give them sweat equity, make them best, right? So I do a lot of work. We represent most of the craft brewing, most of the beer brewed in New Mexico by volume, right? So we represent Red Bull, who we're going to go visit tonight.
Sorry, real quick. Eric, can I ask you to do that later, please? Thank you.
And very frequently, people will put together a brewery and they'll hire a brewer and they'll give them 5%. And we say, cool, what's the vesting schedule? It's like, oh, dude, they're in, like, we want to give them 5%. Great, where'd you meet them? It's like, oh, they used to brew for so-and-so. Oh, and they left. Oh, did that ever happen to you? Yeah, it's gonna happen to you. And they're gonna keep their 5%, they're gonna hire another brewer and dilute everyone else 5% to give them more equity. Don't do that.
Well, following the segue, right? I think the thing that I think surprises most new people into the industry is sort of the complication to scale and the complexity of scale. Like most of folks in the room or have done something in the cannabis business, right? They might be a home grower, they've worked in a dispensary, they may have worked in a grow. I guarantee you that none of the growers you can find today have ever run a 200 plant facility, much less 1,000 or an 8,000 plant facility. And so if you're stepping up from 6, 10, 12 plants at home to 200, it's a very small, it's a small micro license in New Mexico. Could be a very good cash generator if you prepare it well, and you can do it pretty quickly in terms of startup, all things considered in the industry. But what it takes to go from 12 to 200 is a huge level of complexity. Because in just say a very small, everything's crammed together, 1,000, 1,500 square foot space to do that. You can do that in the back of a retail shop, right? If you have some extra room. The regulatory piece for that involves you have to rework your entire electrical for the building. You have to rework all of your HVAC. You have to do odor control, which no one's ever heard of before because the health people didn't have to do that, but every city's requiring it. Your security plans have to go through state approval and in many cities, local approval. Zoning doesn't always work, and then God help you all if you need water, because most of the water in New Mexico is not accessible to cannabis, even if you have agricultural rights, even if you have municipal rights in some areas. And so I think the complexity of transitioning is really hard, whether you're going just for 200 or 8,000 plants. Not impossible, but it takes longer. It takes 3 times longer and twice and 3 times as much money to get there, I think, than folks assume. And it's partly because the state regulators, I think, and the legislators were so scared of how to do this that they added so many extra hurdles that we think will go away in 5 or 6 years. But if you want to be first in, you kind of have to check all the right boxes the first time.
Pat, you mentioned that you ran the governor's committee that laid the foundation for all the research that eventually went into the legislation that was HB2. I'm very grateful that you laid that strong foundation.
And you helped us. You were on that committee.
Did the legislature set a very aggressive timeline for us to stand up this new industry? Do you have, and I'm sure that a lot of people are very frustrated with our regulators, with regulation and licensing department and the new cannabis control division. Do you have any advice for people on how to work well with regulators now and into the future?
That's a great question, right? So first of all, again, I'm a city councilor in Albuquerque. It's my night job. Dealt with zoning issues for 6 years now, dealt with local business applications. I know how complicated it is on the other side, and now I know how complicated it is on this side. So originally, everyone assumed that when we wrote the bill, and had we passed it the first year, it had lots of bad pieces that got hung onto it by other people, but had we passed it the first year, the proposal would have given us almost 2 years to get ready. Basically, a year to set up the system and get licenses and give everybody a year to grow, and we'd have enough for everybody. But politics as it is, elections are coming, there's this timeline. They passed the law in April. They thought they would have the first round of rules out in July. It turns out they didn't come until September, and no matter what, the law says we have to start selling in April. So if some of you know this already, the only licenses you can apply for right now are production. They're literally writing the rules for manufacturing and retail while you're trying to build your retail business. It's not the easiest environment. We know 90% of what those rules are going to say because they started from the medical program. We see some draft rules out there. But quite frankly, the timelines are such that if you started today on an application, it would probably take you 30 days. If you had already had Seth on board and you had your facility and it was zoned correctly, it would probably take you 30 days to get all your paperwork together if you worked with us full-time, 40 hours a week. Then you have to wait on the state for 30 days minimum just to see if your application is complete. Then they have another 90 days to review it. The best thing you can do to be nice to regulators is to over-describe what you're doing. If you're applying for more detail than you need, if you talk to us, we're going to tell you that if it says you need a lock on your door, every one of the applications our folks, every one of the applications that our folks enters doesn't just say, I will have a lock on the door. We make you go to Home Depot or Lowe's or the hardware store and get the manufacturer's spec for your lock, and you attach it so they can see that it meets the standard and they don't have to come back and ask. And so the more information you can give them, the more likely they are to say, these people know what they're really doing, and they move it along faster. The other thing is participating in the public hearings. I know everybody says those are awful and they can be 8 hours of public comment. They really do pay attention to the people that ask questions. I have gotten clients who've asked a question and somebody said, I don't know yet, and they'll get a personal response back from the RLD superintendent the next day by email and say, I heard you ask this, we did some research, here's what we found. Engaging with them is great, and then you got to be patient. They have hired a director. We'll let the governor make that announcement next week. That will help, but they're still short-staffed. They're still only got half the staff they need to do all of the job. So they're building that piece too. And so when you're ready and you're paying rent, it's hard to wait, but we're going to have to be patient.
Seth, you mentioned, you made a comparison between tech companies with having, some of the same goods and bads, kind of people coming from a place of passion and starting their business, and also a lack of traditional capital and resources. What are the 3 things that are different for cannabis businesses as you help people and consult people on setting up their businesses? What are the biggest differences between other businesses that people may be aware of?
So one is it's ultimately a consumer product, right? And that means all kinds of things, right? The consumer experience is really important if you're going to have, whether you're a B2B grower or whether you are a dispensary retailer, you're trying to develop customer relationships. You have to think about your relationship to the customer, you have to think about brand, you have to think about how to communicate, market, and so forth. And so if you haven't been involved in those kinds of industries, that's a new thing. And there are tech components of that. I think the one real difference between tech and cannabis is tech is really scalable once you get the ball rolling. Like once you're acquiring customers and your acquisition rate is high and it's below your churn rate, you can, with a little bit of, we call that like follow-on investment, growth investment. That's hard to get because when you're growing, people want to throw that money in, and that money to you, the company is cheaper because you've proven that you can do something, right? In the cannabis space, you're limited by a lot of things. You're limited by, first of all, what kind of license, how many plants can you grow? There's a total maximum count of 10,000 plants for a vertically integrated license that has applied for the extension. So that's your max cap. You may be a micro grower, you may be a tier 2 grower, you may have decided something else, but you've got that many plants, and you've got that much real estate, and you've got so much water, and you've got so many, so much ability to dry and so forth. So you're really limited by that. And one of the things that means is you have to really think through every step of your operation and plan the capital expenses. So that is a major difference between cannabis and tech. And the other thing is that, you can't do any tech that's federally illegal, right? So that, we don't run into those kinds of problems. So I do a lot of trademark and branding work as part of our practice, and that is, it's kind of fun for us because it's so challenging and creative and difficult in this space, but it is a challenge for everybody here. And there are very few, interstate brands that are selling product. There are a few, like WADA, for example, that basically contracts in each state and has it manufactured there. They do have a program in Colorado, California, and so forth, but those are much more challenging to protect than, let's say, our beer brands, which we can get federal trademarks for. It's a whole different story there. So I think those are some of the major differences. And then the real property piece is also really, I mean, just the amount of detail. I do enough real estate work to know you got people who have a strip center with a great location in it, and they can't blow out their whole financing of the strip center to put one 1,500 square foot dispensary in it. They're just not going to do it because their whole loan and all their insurance is based on the fact that they've got nothing that's federally illegal because they're all FDIC insured. So you've got to really, particularly if you're looking at a multi-unit operation, you've got to really think through who your partners are going to be or how you're going to finance that. And that also can be a business structure issue, right? Because you can have the real estate be completely separate from the rest of the operation. It probably makes a lot of sense.
Brian, you mentioned that you're too deep into this to turn back now. So besides hope and prayer, what have been the biggest resources for you in this journey as one of the first applicants for this crazy new industry in New Mexico?
Resources in terms of capital or in terms of like support?
Everything, yeah.
So when I say that it's been really important for me to rely on people like my lawyer, like Aaron, like Pat, like I'm very serious. It is very important. I have been spending my time trying to get my potential grow operation set up. And I was doing that for quite a while before any of this came along. Now what happens is as you go through the licensing, the application process, it kind of refers back to what Pat was saying. The state wants to know not only, okay, what does your setup look like, but how thick is your drywall? Because we're looking for commercial standards. Your building is on a concrete footing. Well, how is the concrete footing made? Because the commercial code is different than the residential code. You have water, you have agriculture water on your farm. Okay, great, but this is not an agriculture used product, it's commercial use, so you have to have commercial rights. Do you have commercial rights? No, he just told me this morning. So now, when I leave today, I'm gonna have to start figuring out what my water solution is, unfortunately, right? And that keeps happening. I'm towards the end of the process, but I'm not at the end of the process. It's still going on. So really for me, the biggest sources of support have been professionals in the business here in New Mexico who can help guide me so I'm not wasting my time and wasting my limited money on areas that are ultimately fruitless. I want to make sure if I'm going to be adding a layer of drywall, it's because that is what I need to get my license completed. So again, part of my emphasis for even bringing this conference together is to hopefully enlighten some of you as to these kinds of challenges, that just because you know how to put a seed in the ground and get a cannabis plant to come up, that is not the end of the story. It's barely the beginning of the story. And so, what is the biggest resource? Working with quality professionals in the state who can help you efficiently get to the end goal.
And can I follow that really quickly, Ben, and just say, let me say, like, there are a lot of folks who can help you, lots of growers, established businesses that know what they're doing, they have been through this. Remember, every medical company in New Mexico started with, if they were original, started with just 400 plants. Some of them now have 8,000 and some change plants on their license, up to 10 if they can achieve it. They started small and had to figure all this out too. There are lots of people who do. But let me say, there are some hacks into this, right? I would love for you to come hire us, but you don't have to hire us if you can make a pitch to go to these chamber events, right? When you have 50, 60, 100 cannabis professionals and half of them are new and half of them have been around since the beginning of time, like the one Thursday in Albuquerque, the happy hour tonight here, that's where you learn hey, I'm trying to figure my water out, right? So we have a hack for that. If your water rights get denied, or your water right doesn't meet it, that you need to go through that 6-month process to change it, you can haul water. We can find you a commercial water hauler. They can install a tank. You can contract to do that. That meets the standard. Somebody has the paperwork for that. We do, or your lawyer does. So don't give up because somebody says, oh, that doesn't work. But you do have to get creative in this, right? You may not have the triple decker, all LED indoor climate controlled thing right out of the gate. These are still weeds, right? They grow in pots on the ground with a light. And so starting with 50, lots of the micro producers who get a 200 plant license are starting with 50 plants or lower their first time in, because they want to test their equipment, they want to test their yield, they want to see, can I scale from 10 or 12 to 50 and then go out? And I will tell you that some of the people who would purchase that product on the wholesale market are very interested to see what you can grow at 50, and they might be willing to engage with you and help you get to 200 or 400 if they see that you can do a job at scale. So there are some creative hacks of how to get there, but you do have to think through that and be prepared and open to hacks and the creative ideas, because we don't know yet. We still don't have the rules.
Great, thank you. I hear a lot of people reflect concern or maybe like a fatalism that, you know, we already have these medical producers. In New Mexico, there's 120,000 people in the medical program that continues to grow. Realistically, it probably serves, you know, more than that, probably double that. And I hear a lot of people like already canceling themselves out, already like talking themselves out of it, saying that there's not enough opportunity. I want to dispel that myth. I think that there's plenty to go around, but I'm curious, kind of a final word from each of you. What do you think is the biggest opportunity, and what, you know, this is just the first stage, is getting your license, and then the real like challenge starts. So what would be your kind of final words of wisdom for anybody who maybe feels a little burnt out?
Let me start, and we'll just go that way, if that's okay. So in addition to working with new applicants, I mentioned that we work with some of the existing producers, right? So we work with some of the existing producers who have us go out and look at new applicants to sort of see who's doing it well, who's getting ready, who has good product coming on the market. Because as Brian mentioned earlier, we don't have enough product for everybody come April, right? I think there's a good chance that the RLD is going to issue a rule in January that lifts the purchase account for medical patients so that they can stock up, right? There's a provision in the retail rules, if it stays on Thursday, that says anybody gets a new retail license can start selling medical products if they can get them, because we want to get that in the hands of our patients early, because we're going to have a shortage. So it doesn't mean your product has to be on the shelf in April. You've got some time to do it right and get into the market. And that's why we encourage our folks to start small, get ready, partner, get that in the market, because large scale wholesalers will buy that from you, and the price will be good until all the outdoor stuff joins the market this time next year, and things will go like this, right? So I think that's a big piece of getting ready. There is opportunity here. The last thing I'll say is what we're seeing already in New Mexico, what we've seen in other states, is a producer, a small producer, will partner with a potential retailer who doesn't want to grow, and there'll be a partnership, they'll merge. Aaron can talk about the tax benefits of doing that. That's more beneficial to both of you. Those partnerships of, hey, we're going to get together and not be too small, but a mid-level person, will help you survive some of those ups and downs. And that gives you more time to be flexible as the market and the community changes, because you've got access to patient information and your grower is plugged in there, and you can modify for that. So we really want to encourage folks to not think in a silo, but really think as a community. And I know there's some folks out here thinking about some of those co-op ideas and how to do that.
So I think generally in terms of like business counsel, pick something, one thing that you can do really well and execute on that. Like we constantly see, this isn't legal advice, right? But we constantly see people who are like jumping into this business and they're going, we're gonna do this, we're gonna do that, this, we're gonna do that. Like, we're gonna need a retainer. Because this, you know, that kind of lack of focus rarely goes really well, right? I mean, it sometimes works fine, but you wind up wasting a lot of money. Pick something that you think you can do really well. And it's not very difficult to figure it out right now. There's not enough product. There's just not enough product. There's not going to be for a while. So if you can produce a consistent, good product, you're going to be able, you can be just a wholesaler for a substantial amount of time, and then you can decide whether you're going to jump in. The difference between opening a grow operation and a grow and a retail operation is not double, because the businesses aren't even similar. Like they are vastly different in every possible way. And they have enormous capital consequences to because you can't get any debt financing, right? You're gonna have to give away ownership in your company. So and that's the last segue where I'll say, think about the structure too, right? Because if you do stuff like that, if you've got a smart strategy around structuring your business, so everything's not stuck in one pot, in one common pool of, too many owners, then it's gonna be a lot easier for you to grow, to make decisions, to divert capital to the place where it's going to create the best return for you and your investors.
Yeah, so from my perspective, I think the best advice I could offer would be kind of to think about the old Egyptian rule of thumb: measure 1,000 times, but cut only once. So what I mean by that is the first thing I would focus on is your facility. If you're going to be a retailer, you really want to make sure that you can get actually the retail spot and you can run that. But from a growing perspective, which is I think really the opportunity here, you got to ask yourself, where am I going to grow? Is it indoors? Is it a greenhouse? Am I growing outside? And then you got to say, okay, what about my facility is the state not going to improve? Before you spend a whole bunch of money on improvements that you think will work great, oh, I can hang my lights here and I can put this there. Like, you may know exactly what you're talking about and it may work great, but if the state won't approve it, you're going to spin your wheels. So first and foremost, plan what you would do, figure out what those numbers are. But before you spend anything, you got to call someone like Pat or someone else, an attorney, who can advise you. Does your plan make sense? Because here's what's going to happen. I was talking earlier, like I'm in too deep. What I mean by that is, once you start investing into this, the cash that you're spending is going to go out. And your bank account is going to go down. You're going to watch it. And that's going to happen for probably a year, at least, before you ever see one dime of revenue. So the outflows are tremendous. They're way up front. They're front loaded in that way. And the revenue on the backside isn't for sure. And it's a long time from now. So before you get into that process, before you even start down that road, you want to make sure from someone like Pat, is my plan, does it even make sense? Do I even have a chance? I've heard through the grapevine that there were lots and lots of applications into the RLD for this license, but literally a sliver of them, maybe less than 10%, maybe less than 10% forward to be considered. 90% of them are a joke. They're not serious because people haven't thought, they haven't planned, they haven't gone through it. So measure 1,000 times, cut only once. Really come up with a good plan. But before you execute your plan, you got to get a partner to tell you that plan sounds good and you have a chance. Because if you don't, who knows how much money you're going to waste before you get on the right track.
One other thing I just realized is one of the things different about tech, profits matter. Right? Shit you not. Like in tech, growth matters. Like if you're growing rapidly, they don't care if you're losing money because growth costs a lot of money. What acquirers look for, and the other thing is exit, right? Because growth matters more than profit because your exit is being acquired by somebody who knows that with their amount of capital and with their horsepower, they can grow you more efficiently. So the metric that acquirers use is capital contribution after marketing. What does that mean? It's complicated. Not really. It means that you already have momentum as a brand, and if they acquire you, they can rocket that growth up and make more than they're spending mostly in marketing, right? So very different scale, very different end game in terms of acquisition, and profits matter because you probably took money from people you know. They're going to care about the financials.
I know we're at time, but Brian did tell me that I was in charge if I came up here, so I want to open it up for 5 minutes of questions, if that's okay. If anybody has any questions, I just think this is a really dynamic group of people on stage now, and if anybody has any questions for Pat, Seth, or Brian.
Anybody have any questions? Please. I know there's got to be some curiosity out there.
We're gonna get you a mic, hold on.
And you came all the way from Albuquerque with us this morning, right?
I did. Hi, guys. Thanks for all of your advice. I'm a newbie in the business, and And I'm thinking, this conference has got me thinking even more so than the Albuquerque conference. But my question is, when you're just starting out and you have a limited amount of money, how much does it cost to retain all of you guys?
As a package rate, a coupon.
It's right to the heart of the matter.
Oh, yeah.
It's like an auction. For $500, you can have a date.
I have the answer to every legal question you ever have or ever will have. Do you want to know what the answer is? It depends. So, and part of it depends upon, because it's a perfectly reasonable conversation for you to have with your professionals and say, look, this is my budget to get from here to if I'm going to go forward. What do I need to spend and where do I need to spend it and what's going to happen next? Because if you're asking me that, I'm going to come to you and say, okay, this is what I think how you're probably going to finance your business. Tell me if I'm right or wrong for that. And I can probably give you an estimate. It's like, hey, this is about what your legal would cost. So you go run around and go talk to Pat and go talk to your construction people in real estate, go and put your pro forma together and then see if you can raise that amount of money and see if you can, that pencils in terms of revenue. And then you come back and those conversations are free and I usually buy coffee.
Okay.
But I mean, and I imagine Pat, pretty much, I don't know about coffee though. It's kind of cheap that way.
I buy beer.
Hey, guys, I
No,
can
wait,
settle
but
that. I'll buy the coffee. I have a restaurant.
Okay, there you go. There you go. You have the restaurant, right? And we're going to talk about putting cannabis products in your coffee.
Oh, yeah.
No, it's a good question. It's the one everybody wants to know. Nobody ever wants to talk about money, but let me do that here really quickly, right? I'm not going to speak for Seth, but here's what I'll tell you we found. There aren't a lot of lawyers in New Mexico who know cannabis law. It's different. It's weird. It's all those federal things. Some lawyers will charge you $150 an hour. Some will charge you $250, $500 an hour, depending. So shop that around depending on what you need, but ask some smart questions so that you can tell if they know what they're talking about. Because we've gone through, I don't know how many clients who had their cousin from out of state who advised them because he's been a lawyer forever and he doesn't know New Mexico at all. And everybody in New Mexico knows nothing in New Mexico is like anywhere else in the world. But for us, and let me tell you, we're not the only ones that do this. There are 90, to answer your question, as of Friday, there are 91 or 92 people who have paid the full fee and submitted an application to the state. They've gotten through and issued less than 10% of those. So they're behind. But those applications, even though it costs you $1,000 on a micro license to apply, your application is about 500 or 600 pages long because you have to describe every process. You have to describe every piece of equipment. You have to talk about your security plan and what happens when something goes wrong. You have to have a recall plan. If one of your things goes bad at retail, how do they trace it back to you? There are lots of components. And so as a general rule, those things will run between $10,000 and $15,000 for the packet of applications, assuming you have a building and a business ready to go, because that will take about a month to put together based just on your custom thing. But if you are a real expert in growing and you have your own protocols and you have your own equipment already, those can be discounted. And so again, talk to them, tell them what you're trying to do, tell them what your budget is, and see what you can work out, because you may not need everything. But if you've never done this before, I would at the very least put aside $10,000 or $15,000 for operating procedures, whether it's from us or one of the online companies that we really don't like, but they do work. Like even those are $10,000 a month.
So in the direct answer to your question, my own personal case for consulting and legal services, it's funny that Pat just said, I budgeted 15 grand for this process to go through, and I'm still in budget. So just to put a real number on it, and that's legal. So I hired Katie Duhigg and Duhigg and Osborne. She's one of Senator Duhigg's one of the authors of the lawsuit. Like Pat's point, I want a lawyer that actually knows the law, right? So I got one that wrote the law, and I retained Pat. So I had 15 grand budgeted for that, and I haven't spent it all.
Okay, thank you. That helps.
So they put it, that's primarily licensure.
Pardon?
And that's primarily licensure, and that's not the whole story.
Yeah.
You also need business structure, finance, and one thing I've seen run people's legal bills up is real estate. And it runs up because you've got two problems, the buyer and the seller, right? And they're frequently in this market not that experienced in buying and selling real estate. So you wind up with people who tell us things like, oh, we're gonna buy this piece of real estate. I'm like, cool. Like, what do you need? So we need a purchase agreement. Cool, we'll draft a purchase agreement. They're like, oh, no, I'm sorry, it's a real estate contract. It's like, oh, well, you could have told us that. And so we do it again. And then they're like, oh, well, no, okay. So we go, there's a lot of that going on. we're much more efficient as professionals and in general if you have a little conversation beforehand. And what I would say is like, bring us a term sheet and let us shoot holes in your term sheet and tell you what's missing before you put us to work to go draft stuff. So that's really, really valuable. And some of that terminology is really, really important. We, as professionals, we have to learn a lot of new terminology for new business for him. But it's really key that you understand, particularly that real estate terminology, what water rights mean, what a real estate contract means, what your rights are under an ownership agreement like that. That's critical. And I see that there's a lot of friction in this market right now around real estate.
And we've seen a lot of deals fall apart at close because the seller or the underlying purchaser is trying to get this business and lease it to you real quick because they think you have a lot of money, but you don't. They suddenly realize there's a hiccup on cannabis. So at our group, like I said, we represent about 60 folks. We have 3 realtors full-time that work for our clients trying to find buildings that work and get them zoned. Less than 8% of the buildings that sellers present to us or potential clients qualify by the time you get to zoning power, the cost of improvements to meet the state standards. And lots of folks end up spending $10,000, $20,000 on build out improvements, as Billy said, Brian said, that don't meet the state standard and they lost that money. Real estate is a real money pit in this until you get it right. That was a long answer.
Now we're really over time, but that was the best single question for our panel. So please clap for. Brian, do you have details about what we're doing?
Quick pause and then we'll get the next step. So we'll just take a quick couple-minute pause like we did before, and then we'll get the next panel started here very shortly. Like the round tables are next. We have the coffee. We have one more panel, right?
He's not afraid of the process. Yeah, he doesn't like that. I'm changing my mind. That was cool. Yeah. Right. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Right. Yeah.
You're not doing it. You're ready to go. Someone will have someone's going to hold it. Well, it's good fun. It's just this is the you guys 60 days without that's what it comes down to. That's where they're good. So like we talked about, same thing. And that's what those folks, they come along. That's Yeah, no, definitely.
When you get a chance, I want to introduce you to, this is Rocky.
That's right. Well, it's a retail.
I didn't know.
That is so great.
If I can have your attention, please, we're gonna get the panel, our next panel started in about 1 minute, please. So if you can come on in, find your seat again. We're really gonna get into the details now. All right, we're gonna kick off our next panel. If I can have you go ahead and take your seats, please. So we've been spending some time so far this morning talking about what the opportunity is as the market is making this transition from the medical regime into the full legalization regime. And then we talked a little bit about the application process. If you're going to get involved with it, what are some things you need to do? How do I need to make sure I can progress to actually get to the finish line? Now what I want to do is I want to bring up some of the key professionals that you're going to need to deal with as you go through this process. And I want you to hear from them and hear a little bit about the challenges that are represented in their various areas. Because for someone like yourself that might be interested in becoming an entrepreneur, these challenges are not insignificant. They're very significant. And you have to understand the totality of these things in order to understand what kind of business you're actually getting into. So first, starting over on the far side of the panel, we've got Mark Zapatka. Mark's he's a partner at Access Financial Group. Next, we've got Erin Gadar. She's the owner of Elmar Business Advisors. We've now got Colin Monaco. She's at Southwest Capital Bank. And we have just added a new walk-on here. I'm sorry. Teague Johnson from FN Insurance. Now, this is interesting, the insurance. Teague showed up and he said, I want to talk about insurance. Where do you live? I live here. Can you do cannabis? He says, yeah, I can do cannabis insurance. I just wrote a check for $12,000 a month ago for my insurance, someone out of Albuquerque. If I would have known that Teague was here and I could have talked to him, it might have been a much better experience for me. I'm glad to meet you, Teague. I'm glad he's here. This is how these events are important. But Teague's going to represent the insurance side of things. Mark, let me kick it off from you.
Sure.
You've got a room full of people that are aspiring business owners here in the cannabis industry. Talk about some of the challenges from your perspective and tell us a little bit about what you do.
Sure. Access Financial is a company that's a collaborative group of people that does commercial insurance, retirement plans, and all employee benefits. The challenges that we see as one being a business owner, most of our efforts are driven towards that benefits thing, right? So who's tried hiring anybody recently? Easy, right? The benefit world that we deal with, and I'm 36 years into this, so I've seen Affordable Care Act, I've seen all of that stuff come out. When you get into an industry of any type, a lot of high-tech stuff that we do, it is a challenge because you basically have to start at a certain level and then every 10 people be prepared to change. Very paper-driven, except for us. We've been pretty much non-paper for 10 years now. We try to keep it streamlined, be able to plan more than sell. It's not an insurance proposition. People like Erin here and other payroll companies and HR consulting, which is a piece of what we do. You have to have all of those pieces at once. And everything we heard here with Pat and Ben, once you get through those first challenges, right, we're next. And it isn't any easier, but what I can tell you is we have a system and a process so that we can set that up, know what you want. I had a question before I came in here. Where do you start? What do you want to do, right? It's business planning 100%, and it's changing every day. I'm sure you can attest to the commercial world. We're familiar with that. We've worked with Pat a little bit already. It's going to be rediscovered and reinvent every week. Right, Erin?
So, like your oats.
Oh, thank you. I like her sheet up. We were in a trade out here.
I got distracted, sorry.
No.
Sorry.
So, Erin as an accountant is more than an accountant. She's really a CFO, meaning she can not only advise you about your bookkeeping and keeping your numbers straight, getting your taxes done, but she can help you make financial decisions. Should I bring on an investor as an equity partner? Should I borrow money and take on credit? Like, what's the best way to do it? Erin's nickname, by the way, so you know, is she's the dankest CFO in New Mexico. So, Erin, what are some of the challenges with respects to accounting, with respects to your world that the cannabis industry brings into play that most people in your profession probably aren't aware of?
Okay, so I think obviously the biggest thing, and you guys have heard this, and we'll probably talk about this more, but the biggest thing you've heard today is 280E. That's the regulation that You can Google it. You might find some information. There are some white papers that just got released recently from the IRS that do speak much more than they ever have before. It's a regulation that came into play back in the 80s, actually. A really interesting story if you Google that. But the biggest thing with 280E is just what is deductible and what's not deductible. So I think that a lot of CPAs and accountants don't necessarily understand it as well because it's not something that is straightforward. When they released the regulation, it was like 3 sentences. And then just probably about a year ago or within the last 10 months, the IRS actually put out much more set rules and regulations about it following tax court proceedings that had happened. So I would say that's number one. Number two is it's a weird industry. So a lot of CPAs don't want to touch it because it's federally illegal. A lot of accountants don't want to touch it because it's very wild, wild west still. And so accountants sometimes see things very linearly, and I think I'm different than most accountants in that way. And so I think those are the 2 biggest things. But having, it's been said, and we'll keep beating it into you, having a team, this isn't just a pitch. If you don't go with me, you still need an accountant. So I'm not saying come with Elevar. But what I'm saying is that.
I heard that.
Yeah. Seriously though, you need an insurance person, you need an attorney, you need an accountant, you need an HR person. Elevar also provides HR services. We have a package because you need all those things. And every business should really have those things. And why I have a business to begin with is because, we're made up of 72% small businesses in the state of New Mexico. And most of them are mom and pop shops and have been doing business for 30 years without an HR person, without an accountant. And they're flying fine, but a lot of them lose their businesses for those exact same reasons. They come in with a huge tax burden that they didn't know they had because they weren't ever advised to. And so it's not that you can't do business without it, but you should do business without it and not roll those odds. In cannabis is 10 times more difficult and harder for every reason, not just because it's not federally legal.
Yeah. So Colin, on the banking side of things, we're all used to banking services. You write a check, you have ATM cards, it's super easy, right? But not in the banking for cannabis space. Can you tell us some of this, introduce us maybe to some of the challenges that exist on the banking side of the world?
So we are FDIC, so we are federally insured. So it's federally illegal, which is why the challenges come because we require a whole heck of a lot of paperwork, kind of all the time. So with us, I say you need a good accountant. That's like the first thing because half of our paperwork is P&L statements. And so for us, it's the federal government comes in and they have to make sure that everything looks good on your banking side, which does flow into your business side because we need all your business paperwork to follow that up.
So if people are going to reach out to you and say, okay, I'm ready to open a banking account, what are they going to need? A lot of paperwork, right? What kind of paperwork do people typically need to give to you?
All of your paperwork from the state, your EIN letter, your articles, your certificate, every single person's driver's license, every single person's personal info, operating agreement and bylaws, and then I'll look at it and then I'll decide. So it's not even just give me all that and I'll open it for you that day. That's just for me to even start deciding to open your account.
And she'll ask you for like 7,000 more pages.
Yeah, it never stops.
If you pass the first sniff test, and just because we met that day, you're not leaving with a bank account that day. Also.
All right, so Teeth, let me come to you. So there's folks out here who have facilities in the area. They have land. They have a place they want to grow. Part of the process, though, as we go through the state, is the state and the bankers and everyone involved says you have to have insurance. Like everyone said, that's not super simple. How many companies are you aware of? How many insurance carriers are you aware of in New Mexico that will write property and casualty insurance to insure your barn, your grow facility, all your assets in the cannabis space?
Probably 3 tops in the whole state. But the problem is when you're beginning, you don't need a cannabis license insurance. So you can write it personally. that'll get you going, especially if you're leasing the property or whatever the circumstances is that you have to have liability insurance. Because quoting a cannabis company in a beginning industry in the state of New Mexico is extremely tough. It takes 30 to 45 days, and that's extremely fast. I just closed one last week, and it took me 60 days. But
I don't want to get into your business, but can you talk a little bit about what you just closed? Can you give us an example of what that was?
it was a grow facility,
Okay, how big?
8,000 plants.
Very big, good. You don't have to give us levels, you don't necessarily exactly what the premium was, but can you give us a sense of what that cost was?
I have 3 cannabis companies right now, and it's extremely expensive. You're looking at probably an average of $6,000 a door for dispensaries a month. Anywhere from, I mean, grow houses are a totally different deal. It's rated on, or it's based on gross sales, or gross projected sales. It's extremely expensive. It's extremely hard. But it can be done.
I was talking earlier about the necessity for budgeting in advance and planning out where the expenses are going to come from. Because again, all these expenses are happening at a time before you get revenue. So if you think about cash flow, it's all going out, it's all going out, it's all going out. But you probably in your budget, you probably don't have a line item that says $10,000 insurance premium. But you're going to have to. And that's going to come up front. Before, again, revenue, you got to come up with this to even get started. This was one of those things that I felt like when I got my insurance bill and the woman said, okay, here's the premium or here's the plan that you're going to get. I felt lucky to even get a plan. And said, oh, by the way, it's $12,000 and that's all due up front right now. Like, if I hadn't budgeted that in or an amount similar to that, that would have been a really difficult pill to swallow. So again, like this is kind of why I want to highlight the difficulty of these issues. I'd like to turn it, maybe each of you can go, we'll start maybe with T. Are there some things that you would recommend to make people's life easier? Before they come in and see you, what are some things people can do to prepare for that first meeting with you? What would you say, T?
Get a packet together, like what the bank wants. I don't know what to use for. I really wasn't ready to come up here.
No, I really appreciate it. Last minute, he's like, I don't like public speaking. No one likes public speaking, but I appreciate it.
So we need driver's license, we need socials, we need address where it's gonna be, we need your business plan, we need any business, what is it called?
Formation document.
Yes, operating agreements, we need all that stuff before we even start. To come in and talk to me first, you can call my cell number anytime, 24 hours a day. I work for you. I mean, I'll answer at 2 o'clock in the morning. I can't promise I won't be drunk, but I will answer. And I mean, I can give you my expert opinion of what it's worth. You know, anytime, anywhere. You know, I feel like I'm here to help people, and I don't know who I'm supposed to help, so I just help everybody. Yeah, I don't know.
No, that's great. Thank you. Colin, your bank doesn't accept every person that applies for an account. What are some of the typical things that would get someone rejected from the list?
It's not really rejecting, it's, they need to have their business plan actually set up. Because when I meet with somebody, I'll meet with you even if you don't have all your documents. Just to tell you what we need and what our fees are, which I'm not gonna say right now, but half of you know, because I've talked to half of you. So, so that you can budget, and then really it's that I learn how to prioritize it. Because if I meet you and you haven't even filed anything with the Secretary of State, you don't have an operating agreement, and you have no idea who your partners are gonna be, I'll meet with you and then I'll tell you, you need to go talk to Pat, or you need to talk to Aaron, or you need to talk to somebody else, and come back, and then we'll meet again, and then we'll talk about it. So it's not really a rejecting forever, it's maybe right at this moment, I think you need to set something else in place face first.
That's a great way to put it. Yeah, so there's always the ability to work on something and improve. Right, okay. What would you say?
I think to save your time and to save anybody's, everybody's collective time, you and your partners and people that you might come and work with, is go, literally Google how to start a business in New Mexico. If you Google how to start a cannabis business in New Mexico, you're not gonna find anything. If you Google how to find, start a business, start with those documents. And it's very clear, I think, like the EDD Economic Development website has a whole list of this is what you need, right? So start with that. And if you come to the table with that, you're farther ahead than a lot of people who come to the table. We offer, like a small free consultation. And in that consultation, I'm literally going over with people, most people, these are the 17 things you need. Call me when you have all of them. I have had clients, and we do have clients, I'm sure, maybe Mark does or others, I know Pat for sure has clients that come and say, what is a business plan? Or someone said earlier, what's an operating agreement? Or, someone mentioned pro forma, make sure you bring your pro forma. I think Seth mentioned that, and I've had people say, like, what is a pro forma? Can you give me one? So I think when you're at that point, it's harder for us to work with you because you have a lot of homework to do. It's not our job to do your homework. You need to have an idea of what that business plan looks like, what you're at, because we're inundated, especially in a state like New Mexico, where there isn't a lot of resources and a lot of talent. And so we're stretched really thin. I think it's helpful for you and not wasteful of your time to kind of doing that due diligence up front. And I'm not saying that we don't want the business, but as you've heard, and you're going to continue to hear, this is extremely expensive. So I would rather you spend the money that you're going to spend on me or Southwest Capital or whoever wisely, not me coming up with your business plan or me coming up with your pro forma. Or the newest one I've heard recently is, well, we don't know who our partners are going to be. Can you find partners for us? No. so I think, and I'm not jesting in a making fun of people kind of way. I'm just like, you clearly haven't thought this through. If you just know how to grow plants, that's not enough. You're not going to win if you just know how to grow plants.
Well, and I'd echo everything you all just said. The insurance world and at Access Financial Group, we adopted the retirement world of asking for information before we do business with our clients. We do business all over the country. The latest client that we have their operating agreement. We know where their taxes are. We vent, or I should say filter, as much as we can, the very things that you just heard, because that's the right way to do business. It is about business. It's about a business discipline. I've got 2 college degrees, including an HR degree. I have securities licenses. I can tell you right now, it's about financial, it's about planning, it's about writing down, it's organize yourself, because everything that they need, we need. Now, the good news here is you have a team. Pat and Ben in the back there, and Seth, they're team players. We as a benefits, retirement, financial firm, if you will, it's a complex industry. We need every bit of that. And I promise you also, we already know that. So if you get it to them, and our relationship with the bank was because we understood what they need, and I can help people get that to you. I can't decide through partners too around. I get the concept, I said, stay in your own lane, right? But all of that has to come together. So you want to have that no matter what. And I'll go back to the beginning. Try hiring people. Try hiring someone who is a chemist out of one of the labs. And what are they used to in benefits? What are they in the work life? How do you account for that? How do you finance that? That all will end up being in one big pool before you know it.
What are some of your final thoughts for today? Like as experts in very specific fields that are very necessary for people to go forward, what would be some of your final thoughts or encouragements to them? If they were really going to be successful, like what would you say to them?
I like how you said encouragements, because we're all over here pounding on things. Every one of these panels I've sat on before they leave, and they're like, you scared me. And I mean, I'm trying to scare you. I really am.
It's
and
almost like Scared Straight though, like it's come to
Exactly.
reality.
I'm not trying to discourage you. I'm trying to, exactly, I think you said it a very good way, is giving you the reality of what this business looks like. Because if any business, it's hard, I'm an entrepreneur, I own my own business. I left a corporate job that I was at for 14 years to start this firm, and I was scared. And, I spent all my money and did all the things. And so it's frightening just to start a business, but to get into cannabis is, again, a whole other animal. So you should be, we don't just service cannabis businesses, we service all types of businesses. However, you should be doing these things regardless if it's cannabis or not. And we know, again, I have a company because we know a lot of people are not, and that's fine, but cannabis is just a whole other level. You're gonna get an email from Colin every month that's like, Erin, where's all your information? I'm pretty sure I owe Colin stuff right now as we're sitting here. And so I'm like, hi, Colin. So I think that you don't do that in normal businesses. My banks never ask for my financial statements, and they lend me money all the time. And so I think it's really good to know that yes, everybody's like, Doug, set up my business in an organized and smart way, of course. Or I've run a business for 20 years, so I know what I'm doing. Okay, well, how often have you paid your gross receipts tax? What's gross receipts tax? Oh, so you never pay gross receipts tax in your business that you've been running for 20 years. That's a real thing in this state. And so I think it's important to realize this is just another level of scrutiny, another level of, and when it does become federally legal, I'm not saying it's going to become federally legal anytime soon, but the banking laws and the accounting laws and IRS rules will change. I'm hoping, very soon. But and soon could be 3 years, but they're going to change. And so when they do, it's going to be scrutinized even more. I went to a conference last week. There were 2 of the biggest tax attorneys at that conference, and both of them said, we've seen very little IRS audits, very little. However, 80% of the cannabis producers in Colorado have been audited in the last year. 80%, 20% of them closed because they were not following rules and regulations properly on how they were making deductions. It's a crappy rule, it's a crappy law, but I think if you take anything away from this, other than, I think we've all kind of said the same thing. We've all said, you need your team, you need good people behind you who know what the heck they're doing. Okay, that's just a good business person, I think. But for this specifically, if you take anything away, I think legal and accounting, and yes, it's self-serving, but legal and accounting are what's gonna get you in trouble right out of the gate. And so New Mexico, I think we've only had 2 audits that I'm aware of at this point. And so the 2 audits are still ongoing. And, but only 2, we have 36 producers at this point. So they're gonna come for us, and we need to be ready. And a lot of the clients we have to go retroactive to day 1 of 2016 when they started their business, because they haven't been doing it right since then. So I don't think I encouraged anybody, but I encourage you to kind of do it right and follow these rules. If that all scares you, then you need to go back to the drawing board with your group. And then the last one that I'm going to echo what Jason said, this is an expensive business. So people who say like, I'm going to use my life savings of $150,000 to put into this business, I'm telling you right now that is not enough money. Period. And I don't care what anybody tells you. If you're just going to start a small store and that's all you're going to do, you might be able to do that for sure. I think that's a lot more reasonable. But if you're going to create a grow that's bigger than 200 plants, it's very, very expensive. So and it'll get more expensive if you, sorry, Brian, I'm like commandeering your microphone. But it'll get more expensive if you don't do it right out of the gate. So like I said, just get some consultations together, talk to people who know what they're doing, and not just like your cousin down the street or what have you. Talk to someone who's done this before and knows what they're doing.
Anyone else like that?
It's a huge opportunity.
Well, there's you made me think of something I told a long-term client last week. The minute you start a business, and I'll echo it in cannabis, money loves everyone but you. Got it? And legal and accounting, and I say this, I'm in the benefit insurance world, we're always third. And I'm okay with that, because if you don't think health insurance companies and retirement companies are now looking back at all of this, not just cannabis, and saying, hey, we don't like you. You're not doing it right. They will come back. So the whole industry, I'd say the whole business world, financial world, kind of clicked up at the same time. So you're hearing a very consistent message. I was in June, that's where I met Aaron. Everything I've heard today is the same thing I heard then, and it's all true.
You know, it's important to recognize in this process, we keep talking about a license. A license is permission from the state to perform a certain activity. So by definition, you're entering into a very highly regime state of affairs, right? You're making the government your partner. When you make the government your partner, it comes with a lot of compliance obligations, right? The government wants to make sure everything's in line. If you're gonna go outside here and you have some land and you're gonna put in a cornfield and grow it and sell it, you really don't have to ask anyone, right? You don't have to get permission from the state. The state doesn't have to look at your tractor and see if the wheels have air and all that kind of stuff. You just go do it. Cannabis is a totally different regime, however, and all these folks are representing the challenges that their own individual companies and also the companies they represent face with respect to the federal laws involved. So now we've got doing big partnership with the state on the one side, and on the other side, the federal government antagonistically not wanting you to be in it. So it's a complicated situation. Thank you all to you four for this. It's been very helpful. So we're at a very interesting time in the agenda here. We've reached the sponsor roundtable session. So the sponsors who have roundtables, they have a name tag on the table. If they could go to those tables and get set up, it'd be great. What I would like is for everyone in the audience to please rise up and then choose one of the people that you'd like to sit with for about 20 minutes. Listen to them for a bit. I'm going to ring a bell and we're going to rotate. And we're going to do that 3 times. So we're going to spend 20 minutes, 20 minutes, and 20 minutes with 3 different tables. So please go sit with some of these interesting people, talk to them, meet them. At 12:30, if I could have your attention just 20 more seconds. At 12:30, what we're going to do is we'll all form a line out the back door. We'll come around outside, and the food is going to be right over here. We're going to have a buffet style lunch. We'll come right back into the room, and you can sit at the tables for lunch starting very soon. Thank you very much.
I should have asked what I should have asked. I guess.
Well, was I any different than in person?
No, not at all. I mean, you have one.
That's
That's what I'm saying.
I wish it was when we said that.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, saying that. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. Oh, that's great.
Yes, sir. It was nice meeting you. Awesome.
So it's all starting to spin out.
Yes, sir. I'm like, to write that early else. I guarantee I'm making $4 an hour. That doesn't matter. See, but my friends on today, it's the whole
He does all the hiring. He does GL, he does GL, he does cannabis, he does all that shit. He's like, so he's not really chasing it. He wants the
So it's essentially a lot. Yeah. Plus, I got the PA.
So, but he has a health plan. He says about $10,000 a seat. He just has some shoulders. Like MRI. Insurance.
Yeah, exactly.
I just like, I literally can't do it. Like I can't pay fucking $900 a month and then pay copay that's $10,000. Like my kid, he just got ran over Artesia and just looking at his shoulder. And yeah, I showed you that picture. So he dislocated his shoulder, we took him to fucking ER and ambulance. Because he gave me my wife, my ex-wife's like, just throw me in the truck. Like, that's how I live.
Oh, yeah.
Let's just do it. So, let's bring it across 5 years.
Oh, yeah. That's $5,000 by itself.
Yeah.
No, I was. And, like, yeah, no. Yeah. Exactly. Right now, and I was, it's like, you're already set up. I was like, you know, that don't really got letters from it. Okay, doctor. See, and that's the thing. With us, we get a pressure and we call our line. Good. Yeah, we put all this stuff.
You can write checks for the whole fucking
Yeah. Turn your on and switch transactions. Yeah, it's a shop. Yeah, it's all payroll and all that stuff. What's your She ended up yeah. But here's the deal. Yeah. What I was hoping is he's about to default.
throw water at me.
I don't know. And that's what I'm saying. And that's what he wants. He wants it. He wants it. That's why I was No, that's definitely. Yeah, that's yeah, that's fine. That's fine. It's on the my evaluation stage. Yes. Yeah, exactly. So 10.8 is high. That's awesome. It's all money.
Hello?
You should have talked to him.
Hi everyone. So what we're gonna do now is stand up and switch tables and go meet other speakers. Thank you.
Tell how you tell us.
Oh, no, nobody knows.
Hello, I'm gonna take the last. Come on. Take that.
Yeah, so I was thinking of matching.
I'm gonna bring you guys 55 down. We'll go over there sometime in November. Feel free to go.
Well, it just depends.
Well, to be honest,
he's not ready. Y'all ain't ready. But he ain't going nowhere. He's, dude, you think I fucking country? That motherfucker's country. Here. You're not gonna get
Hi everyone, we're gonna stand up and switch tables one more time, and then after this round, we're gonna grab lunch. Thank you. Wait. Hi everyone, thank you so much for participating in our sponsorship roundtables. We're gonna break for lunch now for an hour. If you guys would just head out the back doors right there and head to the west side of the building and you guys can enjoy the buffet. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes, please. Why?
Some licensed growers provide us with a plant material, and we give them a discount. So every consumer will buy it. But yeah, on that, that's kind of a network. And we have a complete so yeah, take all that, extract it, put it back everything. That's kind of it's not just a feel good information, it's action win-win. And that's what you need. I like that.
So the state allows them to
It was not like black and white, that was, so. And green bean coffee.
Good afternoon, folks. Hope you had a nice lunch. We're going to kick off the next panel about 2 minutes. So if I could have everyone kind of come in, move off the round table so they can clear those up. Come back to the big chairs in front. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. All right. Well, I hope you enjoyed the green chili enchiladas. Good New Mexican food.
Yes, it was good, thank you.
Excellent. Well, good. Some good feedback there. Moving right along, the next panel that we're going to talk about is kind of going to get into the weeds a little bit with respects to the idea of I want to be a grower. I'm going to put up a grow operation. I want to bring some folks up to talk a little bit about the different types of grows that you can engage in here in a general sense, and also the different types of grows that might make more sense for Curry County than others. So at this time, let me bring up from OSO Cannabis Company, David James, and also Brett Bowlby, sorry, from Green Grove. There we go. Thank you. Let's help them up. Everybody's so worried about public speaking here, but the crowd is so nice. There's nothing to worry about. Awesome. Thank you, guys. And there's a little button that goes on the side. Yeah. So, gentlemen, first off, here we are in Curry County, right? It's a specific part of the country. I was saying to some folks earlier, if we're having the same conversation about what kind of grow operations should we consider, in Northern California, if we're in Humboldt, if we're in the Emerald Triangle, it's a different, we're talking about things differently. We're probably talking about an outdoor grow. Maybe, maybe not, but an outdoor grow is definitely on the table. We can talk about that. Other folks use greenhouses, other people are using indoor grows. For New Mexico, here in eastern New Mexico, we've got a very arid climate, but we got a lot of sun, we got a lot of other unique characteristics to our geography here. In your opinion, I'll start with you, Brett. Brett, what kind of grows do you see most typically? What do you like? What would you recommend for folks to think about?
So preference-wise for growing, it really comes down to a cost factor. I prefer outdoor because it produces, large yield and it reduces the electrical cost overhead. Indoor, you will experience a large cost overhead with electric, AC. You got to keep in mind because heating is key. You can't have a hot environment if you're not growing a large scale. When it comes down to the bare minimum, though, it gets just each to their own grower. Some people understand how to grow in hydroponics versus soil, and some people don't know how to grow soil, but they know how to grow in hydroponics. So it really depends on the environment and the method in which you choose to grow.
Yeah.
So for me personally, I do indoor growing and I do hydroponics using expanded clay pellets because they're reusable, and that's the goal, to reduce the overhead cost of our grow. So to do that, we try to make everything as reusable as possible.
But it sounds like there's a big focus on keeping costs down and building an operation that can be real sustainable in that sense, right?
Yeah, exactly. And that's the trickiest part is because when your overhead cost starts to outweigh your production, because you can have many things go wrong. With outdoor, one of the biggest challenges I've ever seen is dealing with pests. You've got a lot of bugs and stuff. And we all know here in New Mexico, we don't have a day without wind. You're gonna get dirt, debris, and then also if you're growing, in the countryside near your neighboring crops, you've got to keep in touch with your neighbors, make sure they're not spraying pesticides or anything like that can actually come through and, cover your whole crop and,
Yeah.
waste it.
So you summarize it, you say outdoor is gonna give me probably big yields, it's probably gonna keep my costs down, but there's a lot of downside, right? You got bugs, pesticides, herbicides. One thing that I'll throw in here, and it's especially relevant in Curry County, right along the topic of toxicants in the air, is pollen from hemp. We have hemp fields all over Curry County, right? And those hemp fields are filled with males and females. So the males in early July or so start pollinating. They start releasing their pollen into the air, and it just floats, it drifts all over the place. And if you happen to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 miles within one of these pollen fields, that pollen might find its way into your facility, drift in, and all those beautiful female plants you're growing, those little girlies, all your cannabis girlies, they're all going to get pregnant. They're all going to get seeds. How much is that retail? What is the retail value of cannabis filled with seeds? Not very low, so it's probably going to go to extract. So when you get cannabis that gets seeded with hemp, that's just as bad as getting passed or something, right? Yeah. What about you, Dave? What are some of your thoughts?
I say the same thing.
I don't think that's all.
Hello?
There we go.
I would pretty much say exactly what he said. You gotta cut your costs down. So I would start with a good organic, maybe compost. That way you can kind of sustain yourself. That way, LEDs indoors definitely help keep the costs down as far as electricity. A lot of high pressure sodium and other lighting, they kind of suck the wattage, right? And so you don't want to, you kind of want to stay away from those in some aspects, I would say. Also, finding a good nutrient line and stuff like that to supplement would be a good thing.
David, do you grow in a greenhouse, hoop houses? Where are you currently growing?
I currently grow mostly inside. I have a little bit of an outdoor area that I grow in, but I prefer to do inside. It's a little bit more controllable. Your humidity, your temperatures are really easy to control. You don't have to deal with pests as much.
Are you, so in an indoor grow, obviously it's indoors, so you're not getting natural sunlight using artificial, and you said you like LEDs, right?
Yes.
How LEDs, is the LED market developing for indoor grows and becoming very, very popular is a relatively recent thing. 2, 3, 4 years ago, it was nothing more or less all high pressure sodium, the bigger lights, which are what, 3, 4 times more expensive, would you say, something like that?
3 or 4 more times expensive, and when you use the LEDs, it's nowadays the technology's out there to where you can get a pretty good, it's like a full spectrum lighting, so you don't have to play with it too much unless you do get certain LEDs that you can change the specific color. That's the output of the colors, and you can change that more for flowering or more for veg. And I think that's really efficient way to get better yields.
Do you measure your light output in your
yeah, sometimes I do.
Explain what that is. Most people probably don't even know what we're talking about.
I don't know if I can explain it.
All right, so when we start talking about PPF and your power output of your light, what this means is how photo efficient that lighting can be. So your plant produces this energy based off of the photons that are hitting the leaves. Samsung has released new diodes, which are the latest ones are specifically marketed toward horticulture. And if you're gonna get into LED lighting, make sure that you're looking at an LM301H or an LM301B diode. These diodes are gonna be within your 3 to 3500K spectrum, which are perfect for full vegging and going into flowering. So when you grow cannabis, you're not gonna just grow it with one light. For instance, with high pressure sodium lamps, these are like the lamps you see in street lights all throughout town. They produce more of a red spectrum. This is going to be leveraged during your bloom cycle or when you're actually trying to produce flowers. And the reason why is this will mimic more of a light spectrum geared toward the sun during late phase, autumn and winter time period. During the veg state though, you're gonna aim to go for more of a blue spectrum. You're gonna be going around the 4,000K range, and what that'll do is that's gonna keep your internode spacing of the plant nice and tight, and you'll keep your plant short, which will give you more bud in general. Because what happens is when you plant bud, they're going to produce the flower at each internode site from where the branches are produced. So yeah, as you said, with the advantage of LEDs now that are coming on the market, they're absolutely phenomenal. Compared to, back in 2009, everything was purple and blue. It was good for vegging, but you would not get a good flower out of it. Your flower would be real stringy, airy, the yield would be low. But now with these new ones, absolutely, it's the way to go. I recently switched over to LEDs, and as he states, some of them offer where you have the ability to control that light spectrum, and you can flip it between a bloom and a veg state, which is very, very handy. Now, one thing that is kind of misleading is people are going to tell you LEDs are the cheaper way to go. They are, but that's in the long run. Okay, their upfront costs, you're talking anywhere from $500 to $1,500 per light fixture. Now, HPS, you can go get a bulb for $70. You can go get a ballast for another $130. But your operational cost of that HPS lamp is going to outweigh that of an LED because of the heat generators. They're going to be pumping so much air conditioning in there, it really becomes a hassle. And like I stated earlier, when growing, heat is your enemy. You do not want a hot room. You will get stretched out flowers and your yield will just disappear before your eyes.
Yeah, excellent. Well, that's a really good point. And on that light spectrum, there's a lot of research that indicates traditionally for gardening uses, the light was always measured between the 400 and 700 spectrum. What some recent research has shown is that there's a lot of benefits to extending the spectrum slightly outside of that. And a lot of these new LEDs, as they're saying, not only account for that, but will allow you to dial that in at different phases of the cycle. So that's very good. Now, a lot of people in the audience are aware of this, but I'd like you guys to talk a little bit about what's the difference between photoperiod plants and autoflowers? Like, why would you do one versus the other? What are they? Let's hear some of your thoughts.
Okay, so I actually deal with both. Photoperiods are your typical flowers, like you'll normally get. They'll normally be called regular seeds or something like that. And what it means is that this plant will not go into a flowering state until you flip the light cycle. So what it is we're trying to mimic, once again, that late winter and autumn effect on that plant. And so we trick it by flipping the light from being on 18 hours a day down to where it's 12 hours on and 12 hours off. What this will do, this causes the plant to produce a hormone called ethylene. This ethylene will create collactins all throughout the plant, and that's how you'll actually verify whether or not you got a female or a male. The difference between an autoflower and a photoperiod, though, is an autoflower will automatically go into ethylene production. And it usually happens once the plant's roots become contained or bound. Basically, if the plant's roots, if you're growing, like, for instance, let's say a 1 gallon pot, that 1 gallon pot is only going to allow for so much root space. Once that plant maximizes that root space, that plant is automatically going to start producing ethylene and flip into a flowering cycle without the need to change that light cycle. Now, as opposed to a photoperiod, if you were to flip the light cycle, start flowering it, put it on 12 hours on, 12 hours off, and then you were to let light in, you can actually inhibit that ethylene production, and you can stress the plant, causing hermaphrodite as well as re-vegging of the plant. So those are things you want to keep in mind with a photosynthesis.
What would be one of the advantages to growing an autoflower versus a photo period?
So, your photo periods, you're typically gonna get a larger yield. One is because they grow out longer, but the biggest advantage of growing an autoflower is you don't have to track the time period for flipping, and they grow quicker in general. Normally, you can take an autoflower from seed to finish. In general, rule of thumb is about anywhere from 90 to 100 days. A photo period, you're usually looking at like 2 months worth of vegging, and then a follow-up of 2 to 3 months worth of flower. So you can get a lot more crops and harvest, I should say, out of the autoflower versus the photo period.
Right, not as much yield, but a little bit quicker.
Correct.
Yeah, okay. What are some other things in the grow room? What are some other typical mistakes? Typical, like, people don't ever think about this stuff. Like, what are some things that you can, some tips you can offer about common mistakes? What would you say?
I would say typical mistakes is overwatering. That's a really big mistake that a lot of new growers would make.
Give us some numbers. Like, what would that for an average plant? How much water should you be thinking?
Depending, I don't know. I think some strains are a little bit more dependent on water than others. I would start from seed, maybe like a shot glass at a time, and I always let there be a dry cycle and a wet cycle. You never let it just stay wet. And then that's how you get your root rot and fungus gnats and other kind of pests like that. Other mistake that I would say people do would be maybe not topping their plants.
Not topping their plants. Topping your plant. What is topping? What is that?
So topping. So usually, if you just let your plant grow, it's just going to grow one main cola, right? And if you top it, you just pinch the little first 2 leaves that are coming out after you let it grow maybe 3 or 4 nodes up, and then you pinch it, and then it'll separate to 2 stalks. And you can top those, and then it'll separate to two more. So every time you get done.
And each one of those splits is a new bud,
yes,
right?
And then you get, depending on how many you top, you can get multiple colas, right? And then you kind of just spread it out like I would say like a table, kind of like a bonsai tree. And that's how you get a real good yield out of it.
Right, yeah, and you want to go for the top because normally what happens is when you're growing, all that light can hit the upper canopy of your plant, and all the bottom you're gonna end up with real loose, airy nuts. It doesn't matter what you do. It's just because of the fact that, you're gonna have all these leaves producing shade. And as you said, yeah, overwatering is probably one of the bigger issues I see people do. And the most common mistake I see people do is they sprout a seed and they throw it under a really intense light. You don't want to do that. You kill your plant real quick. What you want to do is when you sprout a seed, keep in mind that after germination, that plant is looking to establish a root system. To do that, you want to keep the light minimal. So you want to give it a little bit of light, but not full direct sunlight. The reason why is the plant will establish more root growth during that phase. I've seen some growers who will immediately try to put it in a higher intensity light, and the top of the plant will get heavy. It'll start producing larger water leaves and more internode spacing, but the plant hasn't established a root yet. And what will happen is these plants will just fall over. They'll break, they'll become brittle, and a lot of times you'll end up with various other problems from it. For instance, because the roots aren't as big, you end up with increased chances for root rot, as you said, and that's a big issue is root rot. So you got to make sure you're paying attention to the plant's growth and give those roots adequate time in between watering to search out and try to develop more roots, because your roots only get big when it's looking for water. If the water is there, it's not going to go anywhere. So just give it a chance to dry out, and don't let it get where it's so dry that it's crumbly. You want to make sure that you've got probably about a knuckle deep. Your first knuckle, push that down in the top of the soil. If it still feels wet and cool, you're good to go. If it feels dry, give it a cup, 2 cups of water, and be on your way.
2 cups of water. It doesn't sound like massive water use going on here in cannabis, right? Yeah, no. Fertilizers. There's a million different kinds of fertilizers on the market. They're all claiming to be the best and the only one you need. But at the end of the day, there's macronutrients and there's micronutrients. Talk to me a little bit about macro and micronutrients, when they're applicable in the various phases, and if you have any favorite fertilizers, or tell us what they are.
Well, I've used various fertilizer lines, and I will tell you this, a lot of it is marketing hype.
100%.
You're gonna be reading a lot of labels, and they're like, look at this price tag, it's so expensive, but look at the bottle, guaranteed 30% more yield. Don't believe it. Don't. You know, put your money back in your pocket, save your time. When it comes down to growing, it's gonna depend on what you're growing in. You know, if you're growing hydroponically, you're probably gonna go with a liquid-based fertilizer solution. And I used advanced nutrients at one point, loved it, but extremely overpriced. But they contain every nutrient you need. They'll break it into parts for you. You know, you'll have a part A and a part B, and those will contain all your nitrogen, your phosphorus, and potassium. But what you need to pay attention to as well are, as you said, the micronutrients. You've got what is it? Your magnesium, your calcium, and your boron. Yeah, you've got all these other trace elements that are key for that plant to grow. So don't think that it's just go to Lowe's and grab some Miracle Grow. You don't want to do something like that. And I see a lot of people who have in the past tried to grow their own plant, and they run to the store, they grab some fertilizer off the shelf, but what they're not paying attention to, they're like, look, it's blue, it's got a lot of P and K in there, I'm gonna get some big bugs. They're all excited. Well, what they're not paying attention to is that label said for ornamental plants only. You do not ever want to grow cannabis with any of those. You're going to introduce heavy metals and elements into that plant that are not going to taste good and not be good for anyone's health or this market for that matter. So just make sure you pay attention that it is not for ornamental use, and then follow the directions on any of them that you get. Just follow. And I always recommend start at half of what they recommend. Don't start at the full dosage that they got on there. Start at half and see how the plant responds. The plant's not going to instantly die if you give it too little, but if you give it too much, you can't take that back. So.
Yeah, that's good advice. How about you, Gabe? What do you use?
I use Dynagrow. It's really pretty cheap, cost efficient. There's a couple others like the Floraflex that I use, which is more easy to measure out because it's in granular form, and that's really easy to mix in. But I would say Dynagrow is probably one of my favorites. Not sure. I think microbes also are a big deal. And microbes help with the nutrient uptake as well. So I'd say find a good nutrient micro company to.
Like what, like mycorrhizae or something? Like,
yeah, or any kind of yeah, bacillus. There's a few different bacillus microbes that really help with the uptake and breakdown of organic materials in your soils.
So since we're talking about this topic of the root system and its ability to uptake nutrients, talk to me about why it's so important to pH your water and what that pH level should be. What do you think, Brett?
Okay, so well, when it comes to, once again, it's going to be based on your growing medium. Okay, so if you're growing soil, remember, you're not really feeding the plant, you're feeding your soil. You're trying to create that soil, that perfect environment for that plant to thrive in. So don't ever think that you're feeding the plant, you're feeding the soil and all the microbes that are in there. And microhorizons, we mentioned earlier, that is actually excellent for boosting root growth. That will make your plant explode. It's a great microbe to put on your plant.
You want to say that again, just so everyone here? What is it? What is this stuff you're talking about?
It's called microhorizon.
It's MYCO RYAZ.
It's a hard word to pronounce. Yeah, I butcher it all the time. But I totally agree. I've been using it, and I have found significant differences since I started using it compared to before. You both mentioned the problems of pests and pest control. But we also know that once you finish your job here growing cannabis, you're going to send it off and it has to get tested in the state lab. So talk to me about what pest control chemicals you use to both handle the pests that you have, but not get busted with any kind of chemicals at the state level.
I think silica is a real big thing, and it's pretty much a preventative. So you would add silica into your nutrient program, and that boosts the immune system of your plant. So that way, you don't necessarily have to worry about the pests so much. Also,
where do you get silica?
Silica, you can. There's a couple different companies like Power SI, and
You spray it on. Is it a dry amendment?
It's a liquid based amendment, and you just mix it in with your nutrients and water every watering. Also, diatomaceous earth is a really good pest management. It's just like a powder. It's like dried shells, I guess, something like that. And all it does is it cuts the soft body insects and kind of makes them desiccate. And that's a really good organic method.
Ooh, lovely. How about you, Brett? What do you think?
So, well, pest mitigation is a tough one. It's really one of the most difficult things I think you're going to run into when it comes to growing. And the reason why is because trying to treat, let's say, an outbreak of aphid, it's a nightmare. It's literally a nightmare because they spread, they're so tiny. You're literally going to be pulling plant by plant, washing them off. And what we try to do is we try to use natural remedies like lemon oil, citrus, anything like that that naturally just repel them. And you will find that there are particular strains of cannabis out there that the bugs just don't want to touch. They really just don't want to touch it. And I particularly noticed this more with your citrus leaning type of terpene profile. Super lemon haze is a good example. That one, I've never had any pest problem. Yeah. But the rule number one to pest management is don't get them. Just do your best.
How do you avoid it?
So if you're growing indoors, keep it clean. Any kind of dead plant material that's appearing in that plant, you got water leaves that are turning yellow and hanging off it, pull it, get it out of there. The plant, your bugs want that dead plant material. That's what they're going to eat. So take away the food, and the bugs will go. So yeah, keep it as clean as possible. If you're outdoors, I recommend planting like marigolds and other pest repellent plants around your grow area. It significantly helps. You may not think so at first, but it will. And another thing is always check your clothing. Like, if you're going in and out, from like a yard into a greenhouse, check your clothing because you never know what's going to hop on you in the yard. And all it takes is get 1-2 bugs in there and you're not catching them. That's it. You're going to find that your leaves are being eaten. You're going to see all kinds of maldeformities. And then eventually you're just going to throw everything away.
Yeah, it goes from 0 to 100 like in no time.
Yep.
So I work in your facility, and at home, I have my own home grow. So when I come into work, would you recommend I change clothes before I go into your grow facility? What would you think? What about cross-contamination issues?
Yeah, absolutely. You would be required to put on a fresh change of clothes. And it's not just because of pests. It could be because if, for instance, say at his home grow, he had the plant that had went through rhodolization where it had produced a male flower on the female, and he may not see it. He can get pollen on him, come into my grow room, and poof, that little bit of pollen, it don't take much, can ruin an entire crop.
So how does that start? That starts with a hermaphrodite, right?
Yes, it's a form of hermaphrodite.
Yeah, right.
Exactly. If you take a plant out too far in flowering, the plant can try to preserve itself. So it will sooner or later drop a male flower to pollinate itself. And most of the time you're going to pull it before that ever happens. But that can happen as well with any plant if it's stressed out. So yeah, I would just make a change, period.
What about you? Do the same thing?
That's the same thing. Just don't have one to begin with.
Yeah. I've had a lot of people tell me, like, if you have a home grow, which probably most growers do, right? Why not, right? But if you have a home grow, you got to change your clothes and go through a protocol before you go into your commercial grow, or you're just going to create a problem for yourself. Now, we've spent most of the time so far talking about the grow process, the grow room, the grow environment. In my opinion, though, that's 50% of producing good cannabis. The other 50% is drying and curing. Talk to me, Brett, about drying and curing. What's your process? What are your thoughts on that side?
Okay, so here comes the infamous debate of how do you get white ash? So if you dry your cannabis too quick, and I'm going to insinuate everybody here has probably grown a plant or two, and you go to smoke it, and all of a sudden you're like, ugh, it tastes like grass. Why does it taste green? Well, you dried it too fast. What happened is the curing phase is the most critical part. You could have went through and grown the biggest, most beautiful bud in your life, but if you don't cure it, it's not going to smoke. Nobody's going to want to smoke it. And the reason why is because during that curing phase, what you're going to do is you're going to bring it into a cool environment to keep the evaporation from happening too quick, because we don't want it to dry out fast, because we want time on our side to break down the chlorophyll that still remains in the plant. That chlorophyll is what gives you that green taste, right? Hey, yuck. So if you ever get plants that, or bud that taste green, it's because it didn't cure enough. It either cured too fast or it's still too moist. So the goal is to bring it into a room, 60 degrees, 60% humidity. You gotta control your humidity, and that humidity can be a key factor. Over 60, you're begging to get mold. You're begging to rot your bud out. It's gonna sweat, and you're gonna get water buildup in there, and then you're gonna go pull it apart, and you're like, this beautiful cola, and you're like, oh, that's great, it's mold, what is that? I can't smoke that, and you're gonna throw it all away. So keep the humidity between, and this is my opinion, 50 to 60%. Keep your temperatures around 60 to 65. You're gonna do that for about 10 to 12 days. And what we do, we do full plant hanging. We chop the plant and we just hang it up. We don't pull water leaves or nothing. We leave that moisture in there so that it gives it longer to dry out. Because the longer it takes, patience is a virtue. We all know that. If you're patient with it, you'll be rewarded. And so what you do is, you're gonna get that hang dry, and when it snaps, when you hear that snap on the branch, you're right at the point where you need to go through, trim off all your water leaves, trim up the buds, and then jar them up. And at this point, you're gonna slow down that process of curing, and you're gonna keep them in an airtight environment, but you do gotta check the humidity. Once again, you wanna aim for that 50 to 60%, and you wanna burp the jar. It's commonly called burping. And this is where you're gonna go through, and you're gonna open these containers, let a little bit of fresh air in. You're gonna let that beautiful smell out and let that air in. And you're gonna notice over the time of curing, and every time you burp these daily, that you're gonna go from a green smell to all of a sudden it smells a little skunky. Oh, that smells sweet. And then you're gonna be really excited. You have properly cured cannabis that will burn well.
Well said. How about you? What's your process, Dave?
Exactly what he said. I would say the only thing that he didn't really mention was outdoor curing, drying and stuff. I really recommend washing your buds.
From an outdoor
It's called a bud.
Yeah.
Bud
Why wash? Why is that important?
So that way you can get, like, if there is any pest or say powdery mildew, any kind of dust, dirt. You know how it's windy around here. Get all that and you wash it off, and that way your finished product is a lot more smoother to the smoke, and everything's just overall good quality. And to do that, you do what I do is on a small scale. I get 3 5-gallon buckets. I fill them all up with just tap water, cold tap water, not too cold because you don't want to knock your trichomes off. And then on the first bucket, you put a cup of peroxide. Second one, you put a 1/4 cup of baking soda and a 1/4 cup lemon juice, and then fresh water on the last one. And just wash each bud for 30 seconds to a minute in each one, and let them drip dry with a fan on it for about an hour, and then go to his process.
When you say wash, you're just kind of holding it in there and just kind of gently
kind of.
You're not like
not stirring it around or putting it in the blender.
Yeah. So you mentioned you don't want to knock the trichomes off. Can you explain what that term means? Don't knock the trichomes off. Why is that so important in our industry?
Okay, so trichomes are your bread and butter. These are the things that are going to have the terpenes and the THC in it. So if anyone here, and like I said earlier, I'm going to insinuate everybody here in Corona plant, you know that when you go into the flowering cycle, about a week to 2 weeks in, you might start to notice the trichome buildup. And these are little oil glands that will start to sprout all over the flower. The flower does this for 2 reasons. 1, to protect itself, and 2, to help it catch pollen to produce more seeds. So if you want to, get more trichomes and a better production, you want to get your plant into a state where it's trying to get those things. One thing that is kind of debated, and it's being studied right now, the combination of using like UVB, I want to say, and UVC, I think it is, for producing and increasing trichome production. This is where your plant is really going to tell you whether or not it's a good strain. And a lot of people think, oh, I did something wrong. Well, the truth is, it does come down to genetics. You need good genetics to get good trichrome production, but you also need that environment. So it's a 50-50 there. You make sure you got good genetics, good environment to produce these trichromes. The more trichromes you have, the better the quality of the product, the more potent you'll have. So within the trichromes, though, you're going to be looking at them throughout the phase of the blooming cycle. You start off and you're going to notice that at the very tip of these trichromes, you're going to have white, you're going to have clear little balls or glands at the top. And then as the plant matures or goes through this life cycle, those will start to oxidize and mature. That oxidization will eventually turn into a milky white. That milky white is a mature plant. When you have a plant that is sitting around 80 to 90% milky trichrome, you might also start to notice, though, that there's some that are red or kind of orange in color. And rarely you might see some that are pink, but that's a genetic thing. When it turns red, what you're looking at is a trichrome that is heavily oxidized. It's actually over-ripened. It's overly mature. Now, from a consumer standpoint, do we want it over-mature? It depends. If you go for the over-mature trichromes, where they turn amber, you're going to get more of a sedated effect from the cannabis. You're going to get that couch lock, commonly referenced high. Now, if you were to pull early, for instance, say when they're clear, you're going to get more of a cerebral and energetic high from it. So those could be reasons why you may or may not want to pull at a given point.
Definitely you want to go for, I usually go for like 80% cloudy and then a little bit amber on my trichomes, just so I can kind of get that little bit of sedative effect. If you do pull it like a little too early, like he said, it will be more cerebral and you're more prone to get like anxiety from those ones that you picked early and stuff like that.
Yeah, these trichome colors that you're referencing, the clear, the milky white, and then onto the amber, you can see this with your own eyes, or do you have to, how do you know this? How do you monitor that?
So, yeah, they're tiny, they're real tiny. If you got really good eyes, you can see it. I don't, I wear glasses. So you can actually get a cell phone camera. You can zoom in far enough and you can actually see them. I personally, though, I buy a little Wi-Fi digital microscope and I just zoom in. And it's great because I also get to take pictures and I like taking pictures of it. I'm proud of my work. I want to show it off. And it's a great investment. It's a very, very good investment. Some people are like, I don't need a microscope. I don't need to zoom in. Well, I do. I like to breed plants. I'm looking for the best. And if I want to look at it, once again, I got bad eyesight. I'm going to use that microscope and rely on it. Because, it may appear from the eye that it's milky, but the minute you zoom in, you're like, oh, wait, it's still half clear. I maybe got one or two little ambers hiding there, but it's still half clear. So it's a good investment. It's always a good investment. And because you're going to be able to ensure that you have the max potency that plant is going to give you.
Hand trim, or do you use a machine to trim? Which is the best? What do you think?
The best is machine trimming because it saves you time, but I prefer hand trimming because with machine trimming, it knocks off a lot of the trichome and it doesn't really, in my opinion, doesn't make the buds pretty. I prefer a hand trimmed one because then I can see the natural structure of the plant and the bud, and it doesn't, roll it up and compact it into these little odd looking nuts. It just doesn't look natural. So,
I hand trim as well. Yeah, I think that's probably the more controllable way to do it. Some machines are only for dry trim and some are only for wet trim. So dry trim is when you let your plant dry out and cure it and then you trim it. And then wet trim is just trimming it straight off after harvest. And I do feel like the machines, like he said, you lose a lot of terpenes and trichomes as well by doing that. Honestly, the best way is probably to hand trim. It's just time consuming.
Excellent. We've got a few minutes left. I want to open it up. Does anyone in the crowd have any questions? I've got another one on this trim. Go ahead, Jennifer.
The light? So if you're looking for light, just check and make sure it contains two different diodes. You're gonna want two. The first diode needs to be an LM301B or an H. The B is the same thing as an H, but it's slightly less energy efficient. So it was basically the model of the LED that Samsung made, but then when Samsung found out they could make it slightly more efficient, they made a horticulture version, which is the H one. Now the second LED that you want to make sure the light is contained is called an Osram. It's a 660 nanometer diode, and it's used to produce an intense red light, and that it can be vital for flower.
I'd say one thing to add to his answer is the drivers that go on the LEDs. Make sure you get a Meanwell driver. Those are probably the best on the market.
Excellent. Good tips for the lights.
Okay, there are many different types of cannabis buds out there, different name brand. How do you think the initial flower and turn into different buds, different type? Do you clone it or how does it work?
You mean breeding, like creating your new cultivars?
Okay, well, so there are, man, you hit a good topic here. Breeding is really, it's not difficult. So yeah, you can do cloning, and cloning, you can get a rooting hormone, or you can just use honey. Honey works surprisingly well. And you can actually just cut off a plant, so you've got your plant growing, and you take the lower branches. That's what I do, because they're not gonna get any light anyways. I'm gonna turn them into another plant, make them useful, right? So we're gonna cut that lower branch off, but we wanna make sure that we have at least 200 nodes set and one set of family, because the plant's gonna need that to root. Now, as for breeding though, we're talking about, like, let's say we have Maui Wowie, common strain, and then we got some Pineapple Express, and we want to breed those. Well, you got to figure out, okay, which plant has the dominant characteristics that you want. Do you want the Maui Wowie, which you can have these little popcorn nugs all over the place, or do you want this little indica, bushy G13 lab Pineapple Express? Fantastic strain. Well, you've got to figure out which traits are going to carry over. So you typically will take the pollen from the plant that you want the trait from. Now, just because the plant is a female doesn't mean you can't get it to give you pollen. Now, the only reason the plant doesn't give you pollen is because it's producing high amounts of ethylene. That's basically the female hormone for the plant. If you inhibit the ethylene production before you put it in the flower, you can actually cause that plant to cycle over and become a male. This is a common technique for this is using colloidal silver. What you'll do is you take your feminized plant, it's a female, so you took a clone off your mom plant, right? And you're gonna take that, set it aside, and you're gonna grow it however high you want. And then 1 week before you go to put that thing in the flower, you're gonna give it a light spraying of silver colloid. And the colloidal silver needs to be a ppm of around 40. You don't want to go too high because it will kill the plant. Second is if you do use anything like colloidal silver, you can't smoke it. You can't. Once you're done with that plant, it goes in the trash. You also need to keep it away from all the other plants because it's toxic. You don't want that in it. But the goal is you want to capture the pollen. And if you spray it during that week before and the week of flowering, when it actually goes to flower, it's not going to produce little white hair. It's going to drop pollen sacs instead. And what you have there is you have female genetics, but in pollen form. So basically, if you've ever heard of a feminized seed, that's how you get a feminized seed. It basically means that both parents are from a female, and that the odds of getting a male are almost next to none. It's about a 99.9% chance they'll be a female. So you have like a 0.1% chance of getting a male out of it. Now, the other way is, get your regular seed, grow a female, grow a male, grab the pollen off of the male that has the traits you want. And see, you get some breeders that might just grab any pollen, but you want to make sure that you're going with reputable seed supplier, because they're gonna give you authentic genetics. Because some people just, they're seed dump factory, they'll just go and grab whatever pollen off of any plant, throw it on a plant, pop out some seeds and give it to you. So if you do wanna get into breeding, there are tons of resources out there. And if you want, you can always reach out to me, I'd be more than happy to give you more information on it.
Yeah, a lot of money made in breeding. I feel like breeding is way more complicated as he's describing, as opposed to just a typical grow operation. But it's also could be very lucrative if you create new strains and become popular. That's a really good way to do it. Guys, thank you both so much. David, Brett, much appreciated. So we're going to take just a couple minutes. The next panel. Thanks very much. The next panel we're going to talk about the manufacturing, which is the extraction business. Where do all these edibles come from and all these derivative products? So I'm going to have some great guests up here about 3-4 minutes. So please relax, use the restroom, have a cup of coffee real fast. Thank you.
That's one way to do it. Talking about the words. Because I have over 100 foot target. Now I'm down to about 40. I see my ducks in dry babies and it's all dry. Started off with like have you tried
I use like I'm actually looking I'm actually planning on starting a compost farm. Would you do lots of?
I got them from very long ago. And I heard there's a company called the reason I got the very long one was because I just figured they would be
yeah, it's pretty close.
But I think all the worms
yeah, usually. Yeah.
I actually went up and dug a scoop of dirt in my yard where open. Another guy, he goes and
I don't know enough about that.
I got it's basically wet composting, dry composting, and with the worm. That was, I found all the seeds.
I guess that's a book on that. Korean farming. Organic farming. It's got some really good make stuff at home out of everyday stuff. Spider mite, not have to use any pesticides. Although somebody's complaining on chickens.
The problem with chicken is going to be Just egg is one of the best you can get. All fruits basically eat. Here's the thing. Like, I got like a water plant, and right now I have a bunch of wood chips. So I got like a good piece of wood chip, and then I've got like a 40-gallon tank on top of that. And then the weight is just so they're not taking good of the stuff into the water. So when they refill it out of the 40 gallons, they're flat. Then I just dump that out of the end of the day. And the masonry is dry. Both have it swirl on the floor. But that's the cool thing about them is they usually do it. So you can just go out here and I so inside, so if you get that like a 5x5, no problem. And then that's the problem.
So if I could have Giselle and Alex join me on stage for our manufacturers panel. All right, everyone, we're going to get started here with our next panel in about a minute. If I can have you come back in and join us, please.
You can go online and look, and there's all kinds of videos of thousands of ducks loose in
So another topic that we can touch on here is going to go into the product side of things. So far today, we focused mostly on the cannabis plant itself and the output of all that activity, which are the flowers. And so the buds that you buy in store, we typically call them flowers. So the market will be divided up in a lot of places between flower and other products, derivative products or manufactured products, distilled products. But it's a big part of the market. In places like California, it's a really big part of the market and represents a lot of the innovation and new product growth. And we've also got that going on in New Mexico to a large extent as well. So Giselle Kirk, you've met her before, she's at Everest. And we also have Alexander Spray. I always want to look at your name carefully before I read that last one. Alexander Spray, he's the producer of derived and bang chocolate. Some of you have been in Pecos Valley here, and you've seen those big bang chocolate bars. This is the genius behind those. They're really good. I've had them myself. Let me talk to you guys a little bit. How, from your perspective, how different is the edibles and the manufactured market versus the flower market? It's a totally different business model, right? Can you talk a little bit about that, Giselle?
Yeah, so I think the biggest difference is that flower is, you chop it down, you dry it, you cure it, and then you just sell it. It has to be high quality, it has to be clean, there's not really a washing process. But when it goes to manufactured goods, you can take lower quality, what we call biomass, and strip the THC out using a variety of methods and then put it into other products. So wildflower, as a retailer, flower is about 50% of my sales, depending on where we are in the state. But it's, you're smoking it. So with edibles, you open up the market to people who are uncomfortable smoking, or smoking doesn't give them the effects they're looking for. And that's where those manufactured products really come in.
Yeah. How different is your business and what you do from what you hear some of these other conversations about growers, and I'm setting up a grow room. You don't have a grow room. Tell me about your business, Alex. What is it like?
Yeah. So we don't. We were the first third-party licensed manufacturer in the state, and what we did was set up relationships with people like Everest that are growing plant material. We receive that plant material from them, and then we do kind of all the rest to get to a finished product. So we do a couple different methods of extraction. CO2 extraction is one of our methods, as well as ethanol extraction. And then we will do refining of that oil to get either all the way to a distillate product or a full spectrum oil, depending on what the end product is. And then infuse that into chocolate, which was our kind of bread and butter and where we started. We had a non-medicated chocolate company for about a decade before we got into cannabis. So we were pretty familiar with food production and commercial kitchens and things like that. So we'll infuse chocolate products or gummies or make vape pens, things like that. The nice thing about where we sit is it's a pretty nice symbiotic relationship with most of the producers in that we can use some of that biomass that isn't fit for the shelf, for your grade A consumption. And we can turn that into a really desired product that's branded with something that people really like and appreciate, can approach, and know that they can go back to it over and over and really consistently see the same output.
So on that topic of biomass, so for example, if we were discussing in the last panel hemp pollen and the dangers that it can pose to someone like me. So if I have a greenhouse and it unfortunately gets filled with hemp pollen and I have a bunch of girlies with seeds now, and I can't sell that, and Everest is not going to sell my bud in their store because it's filled with seeds. Can I sell that to you? Would you take my cannabis with seeds?
So we can work with some of that. Pretty much any plant material with a fair amount of THC, we can do the refining to pull that out and make that a usable product. It would take some extra physical processing for us. We don't like to extract with seeds because you do pull. What we're trying to do is isolate down as much as we can to THC and the desirables of the plant. And the seeds and the stems don't hold very many of those.
That's CBD and that's oils you don't want.
It's things that we're not looking for in our current production. But we can use that absolutely. It just takes some physical filtering.
Yeah. Okay. So you talked about stripping away the THC from the plant, and you mentioned a couple methods. CO2, butane is the other one, I believe, or
ethanol is the other one that we use.
Okay, ethanol, right. I assume it must be very cheap to set up a lab to do this kind of stuff, right? I think that's really cheap and easy, I guess, huh?
Just like everything in cannabis, it's cheap and easy.
Right.
Yeah, you would be wrong in that assumption.
Yeah. Tell me about the lab setup to separate these terpenes. What kind of scientific process are we really talking about here? Either one.
Okay. So it depends on the process. Some are more cost effective. But they come with other kind of inherent risks or you have to pay on the other end. So if you're talking about butane, which can be a pretty simple and cost-effective way to get involved in extraction, you have to set up an environment that's very expensive to do that kind of production safely. CO2.
I sorry to interrupt, but you say very expensive, and I like that term, but give them a little more, like if you had a small operation, give them a round number. What would very expensive mean?
You can get an extraction pod that'll probably be a C1, D1 operation. The pod is probably $90,000, and then the extractor itself, small butane extractor you could get into for maybe $40,000 or so. Okay, something like that.
All right. So just 150 grand, right?
Yeah. And it depends on what scale you're doing things. I was just in Las Vegas last week touring some of their things at the expo, and most of the extractors that we walked through and talked to, granted they were showcasing their large equipment, but I mean, it was $750,000 for their extraction equipment. Granted, it would put through more plant material than the state of Mexico could probably grow at this point. But yeah, so you can get into something like that probably somewhere around there, 150 or so. And then if you're looking at ethanol, which is a really efficient solvent to extract a lot of plant material, again, if you're looking 100,000 or so for the extraction equipment, you need to get some sort of facility that is safe for that production, whatever that may entail. And then CO2, now we're moving into a place where it also requires a safe room like that. The nice thing about CO2 equipment is it's very safe to operate and that you don't have the risk of fire or explosion like with butane. The problem is CO2 extraction equipment, very expensive compared to the other two.
Sure. Yeah, I can imagine. Trishelle, tell us about your experience. So you recently set up a lab, right? And now Unabridged is producing its own products. Can you tell us how, as the CEO setting up that process, how difficult, how time consuming was it for you to get that going?
It was easy and cheap,
Yeah.
like cannabis. No, I'm totally kidding. It was terrible. So, we set up an extraction lab. We have a small commercial kitchen. Most of our edibles actually come from Alex's company, and I'd highly recommend them. But, we wanted to be able to produce some of our stuff in-house, produce cartridges in-house. And it was really challenging. So, finding a location that you can do that is the first challenge. And then getting it up to code, making sure that it's safe, sourcing the equipment, putting together a system is complicated because, finding a system that you can use with cannabis that does not break the bank can be challenging. And then, once you get through all of those hurdles, then you have to operate it. Which I think, again, like a lot of things in cannabis, that was the part that I certainly dismissed, was the learning curve, finding a team with chemistry experience, which is really what you need to be able to operate it safely, with lab experience, lab safety experience is different. A lot of aspects of the cannabis business are dangerous, but the lab, I think, is the most dangerous. And so it's been a big learning curve for us. We just popped up our lab, started extracting in November of last year. And it's been, our results have been up and down. We've leaned on our partners a lot. We're just starting to get to the place after almost a year where I would say that we're good at what we do in terms of extraction. But it is expensive and it's tough, but it's doable also.
Yeah, for sure. Organic extracts, what does that mean? I know for most people, the most efficient way to extract material out of the plant is a press, right? And you can get the rosin out of that, and then you can decarboxylate and do things with it. But there's lots of inefficiencies for that. Why don't you use that method? And should the consumers really be concerned if it's pressed versus CO2, BT? Like, how should consumers look at the different methods of extraction?
Yeah, so they're all, in my opinion, they're all kind of different tools if they're done correctly. There's some extraction methods that are much more efficient in terms of the amount that you can pull out of the plant. So butane's really an efficient solvent. The kind of bad thing about that is because it's so efficient, it has a really high affinity for THC and CBD and some of the other molecules, which means you have to do extra work in the lab to purge that butane and propane away from the plant or the oil material at that point. And then it goes all the way down. So traditionally there was like a bubble hash, right? Or a water hash. Really nice product because our body is very capable of dealing with water. We need it to live. So if there's residual water in there, that's okay. However, what you can pull from the plant and the weight of oil that you'll get out of that is really low. Okay. So it's kind of finding a balance of what products you're making, as well as what you can sustain in terms of the weight yields you need to get to meet your, whatever the business model is. I think in terms of safety, and it's part of the reason we started with CO2 and ethanol extraction, is CO2 has been studied by the FDA. It's safe in any amount. That's why we can have it in beer or soda pop. It's a naturally occurring compound in our body. So it's safe for a patient in the medical program, which we're still currently in, to consume if it was still there. The other side of that is ethanol, extremely efficient in extraction. You can pull a lot of oil away from it. You can do it very quickly. And our body is capable of dealing with if there was any residual ethanol left in a product. We have yet to see any residual ethanol in any of our post-lab testing with our processes, but it's the reasons we've kind of stayed away from, I guess, butane and propane in our current model.
Okay, yeah. Anything to add? Okay. So thinking about then in terms of the extract business and where you think it's going, you have currently been working together, as you said, like working with folks like Everest and whatnot in the medical regime, and you have things kind of set up to get business. Now we're moving into this whole new regime. What's your thoughts and plans in terms of how you're going to source your material? Where do you imagine you're going to get your material from? And how much do you typically pay? So if I'm going into the store as an end consumer, I'm paying $12 a gram for flower. So that means the wholesaler may have received 6 or something, right? Like maybe half. But I know your economics don't work like that. So can you talk me through a little bit about how you're going to source material in the future and what some of the economics are for you?
Yeah, so we kind of had a conversation about that. So I'm pretty excited about what the future of growing in New Mexico has in store because I grew up here. I'm excited to see a lot of people get involved in this industry in one way or another. And the economic opportunity, although it is a lot of work and it is hard, I can tell you, me and my partner started with almost nothing. You can do it. It takes a lot of time, we've found, but it's doable. So I'm excited to see a lot of people with a lot of enthusiasm kind of getting involved and going for it. We hope to source plant material from our current, producers and contacts that we have now, and we're working on some of those relationships. But I also want to reach out to some, micro grows all over the state to see if we can sustain some, small family business that can work the model that works for us as an extractor. And it is a little bit different than what could be sold on, a top tier shelf as a wholesale to retail product. I think our bread and butter for extraction for edibles, not so much concentrates for smoking because that is a little bit higher tier, but for edibles, we can process plant material that's outdoor grown, much more cost effective for new growers, and use that material to kind of refine into our chocolate products and gummies and things. So I think we'll be looking to source from a lot of different avenues.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to use this year to make some of those connections.
No, for sure. I mean, I'm just thinking along the lines like, so Trishelle has a grow, so she has some supply that she can always tap into for her product. Do you feel like your business in the future might need its own grow or might need some contractual relationships with growers, or how do you see that side? Because you certainly don't want to be in a position where you can't buy anything, right? Like, that's the end. So how do you see yourself securing supply in the future?
Yeah, to begin, it'll probably be contractual grows.
Yeah.
We're not going to get involved right off the bat with our own. It's not our core capabilities. We're food people. I would say we were chocolate nerds before we were cannabis geeks.
Yeah.
And that's kind of our wheelhouse, right? So we will always, I think, refer back to people that know what they're doing, that is their core capabilities. Everest was growing and they're expanding some of their operations, but they definitely have gone through that learning curve of growing, which I think we will probably try and circumvent by doing contractual grows.
Yeah, right. Giselle, do you have more margins in your flour or in your manufactured product? Go ahead and tell us all your secrets.
It really depends on the product. It depends on a whole bunch of factors. So it's certainly more expensive for me to grow high quality flour that's going to be sold as flour or even pre-roll. And it's less expensive to grow biomass that is not going to, right? So, an outdoor grow, for example, a lot of that ends up going to manufactured products for us. Some of it does end up on our shelves as flour, but a higher percentage goes to manufactured products. And so with our outdoor, we're really focused on trying to get low cost biomass, low cost plant material. But even with our, we have a lot of greenhouses, even with those, I've been in that position where something happens and your plants are covered in powdery mildew or bugs or something like that, and it's really devastating. So I think it's really nice that products are so relevant in New Mexico and in all cannabis markets, because if you put all the energy and time into growing that product and then you can't sell it as flour, it's really great to be able to have an avenue. So I didn't totally answer your question. It just depends, the cost of production, what the product can command on the shelf. A lot of that goes back to the brand, the packaging, the flavors, what are consumers into in a moment. So I have a whole stack of margin just depending on what it is.
Yeah. So the equipment you use is very expensive, it's very complicated. How is the process in terms of getting that facility licensed? And then I assume there's some ongoing inspections and compliance from the state. How is that process in dealing with them to have everything up and running?
somewhat changed every year. We have new rules and regulations to follow as they come out. We'll have a new department to deal with RLD. It's a little bit different, but it's very similar. We have an annual renewal that we have to do. We have an on-site inspection. It's very similar to anything that a grower would see. I think the one place that maybe we have a little more scrutiny is with the environmental department, because we're producing the food product. Also the fire department, right? The fire marshals are pretty, want to learn a lot about what extraction is and what's going on, because it's a new industry. So that's been a really interesting thing to work with them a little bit. So maybe a couple areas are heavier because of the food production, but in terms of the licensing, it's very similar to a producer grow license, security-wise, everything else, and then the annual renewals.
Any other points, anything you'd like to leave with the audience in terms of the extraction business, the opportunities? What are you doing, Tricia? The opportunities that you see, like your business, are you seeing growth? Do you see like a good place for the extraction, the manufacturing business to create more product and sell here in the state? What do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's a lot of opportunity for people to create some really good products that aren't in the market currently. We definitely want to expand some of our product options. We're building out another facility to do that. So yeah, we're excited about it. I think you can kind of tailor, custom fit or tailor the product you're looking for too. You can do a lot with manufactured goods in terms of ratios, really make a consistent thing that you can't always get in a plant. So there's a lot of avenues and you can be really creative with it. So yeah, I think sky's the limit for people with the ambition to do it.
Sure. Another question, how do you actually deliver your product from the manufacturing site to your stores? Because it's a cannabis product and it's got all kinds of hair on it in terms of delivery and whatnot. Can you talk to me a little bit? It sounds like, well, that's a stupid question, but how do you get your product from your manufacturing site to your store? Tricia, I know this is your favorite.
Yeah. Yeah, so, you have to drive it yourself. And that's interesting, you essentially, like I'm a vertically integrated producer. I grow, we manufacture some of our products, we retail, and we're also a courier. So it is a big deal, when you're driving that cannabis products around state, you have to have a driver that's authorized, you have to have the right insurance, you have to have a safe vehicle. I highly recommend GPS tracking, though it's not currently required. And there's a lot of things to both keep your employees safe and also recognize. So, if I'm delivering products to my store, I might have $150,000 in inventory in that vehicle. So making sure that we have, times where we're not consistently delivering at the same time, because that's a security risk. But I think it's more than anything, it's very much a security opportunity. I was gonna say problem, but I'm being optimistic.
No, yeah, go ahead.
But yeah, it's, getting back and forth. And additionally, when we order from someone like Alex's company, we need to get those products to us and then take them to our stores. And so there's several steps. Having really reliable, responsible drivers is really important.
And now on this point, we're really reliable, responsible drivers that work for you or drivers that you contract with outside. Which one is it?
So currently, we do all of our drivers are employees.
So you have to pay for them.
Yes, and I don't believe there's any active courier licenses in New Mexico currently. I don't think so.
There has been in the past. I don't know that any are being utilized.
Yeah.
I don't think
So typically that's part of your infrastructure. Though I will tell you, entrepreneurs out there, I feel like that's an incredible business opportunity to be a courier. So just gonna throw that out there.
This isn't a courier panel, but what is the challenge that the couriers have had? It's got to be insurance, it's the state regulations, right? It's just a high cost barrier entry to even mess with it, right? Is that what keeps a lot of them out?
Yeah, so I can't speak for the couriers, but having done couriering, we also do residential delivery. I can tell you that the insurance is really complicated. You have to own your fleet. And then I think, again, it goes back to the people. It's just people behind the wheel in New Mexico, which is not always the best driving conditions, and they've got a lot of inventory, and you need to keep them safe. You know, what does that look like if they get in an accident? What does it look like if somebody comes up with a weapon? You know, I mean, there's a lot of things to consider. And you also have to be able to trust them because they're taking a lot of inventory on the road, especially if you're going, you know, between locations, between distance, between retail locations. So it's a really interesting piece of the whole challenge that does come into play when you decide who your partners are. You know, who are we working with and how are we moving products back and forth, because it all has to have a chain of custody also.
Yeah, great. Any questions from the audience? Anyone have any questions for these? Please, sir.
It's not directly related to anything you guys have actually mentioned, but I'm aware that there's like a track and trace system that essentially runs through everything in the industry. Is it difficult to use? Is it expensive up front? I've heard various different things about this track and trace system. Just a quick tidbit about it, if you would. Is it good?
Yeah, so it's called BioTrack, and it's a state mandated inventory management system. It's probably what you would expect from a government platform. So it's licensed by the state of New Mexico. They manage the contract. I would say that it's not necessarily difficult to use, but it is really difficult to get good data out of it and to be able, there's not really any opportunity to visualize your data unless you take it out of the system and manipulate it on your own. So that, I mean, I will tell you, I have 2 employees and that's basically all they do.
Their whole job.
Yeah, and so it's, you know, it's not an incredible system in my opinion, but they are, you know, the BioTrack themselves are really working on partnering with other technology partners that will tie into BioTrack. That was something that I saw at the conference last week in Vegas. So I'm fairly optimistic it's going to get better. They have a pretty good retail tie-in right now, and they're working on a vertically integrated one that would also give visualization of data for manufacturing and for cultivation. But I'll tell you right now, it's not difficult to use, but it is hard to get good operational data out of it, if you will.
Thank you.
Great, excellent. Any other questions? Please.
As far as operation data, or basically the data for the track and trace, have you guys had any issues with it actually working? Because I also read that if it didn't work, you'd have to do it yourself and then report it. Have you guys had any issues or had to do that yourself?
So, I mean, it works. You know, there's some challenge with, so as your business gets bigger, they don't do great database management in the back end of the system. So sometimes when you pull data up, it's not, so for example, there's one specific report that I could pull every day of this week and it would have slightly different numbers. So that's challenging for a variety of reasons. I would say that I've never had an issue with it not working and having to do anything outside of it, but it is just, there's a bit of a learning curve, just like any piece of software. I've never met a perfect piece of software, but it's not terribly difficult. And I will also say that they've really, really upped their help desk support, the actual technologies help desk support. So as people are getting into the business, you know, testing out the software for the first time, they do have pretty good resources that I think I would really encourage anybody to take advantage of.
Great. Any other questions? Awesome. Well, thank you both very much. So we're going to take a quick afternoon coffee break. We'll come back in at 3:30 for the final panel. Real quick, after we finish up here today, I'd love it if everyone could go over to Main Street. 414 Main is Levine's Red Door. Our well-dressed host in the back, Ben Lewinger, is from the New Mexico Chamber of Commerce. He's sponsoring it. It'd be a nice little opportunity to have some drinks and chat a little bit. We should be smoking, not having drinks, but still, it is what it is. But anyway, that'll be immediately after the event today. Go please have a quick coffee, relax. We'll be back here at 3:30 for the last panel, where we're going to talk about some of the issues with the cities and regulations and some of how the politics comes in. Thank you.
I don't know, I can't trust him. Yeah.
How's it going, guys?
Good.
Get my crotch off the video.
Have you ever seen Schitt's Creek?
I love that show.
Whenever he's all doing pull-up workouts, it's the funniest.
I don't know how I stumbled on, because I don't even watch TV, but before I left New York, somehow I stumbled onto that show, and I was like, what is this? I watched one of them, and I was like, 1, 2, I just watched them all.
Yes.
The funniest show I've seen in a long time.
I've watched it like consecutively a lot. We're on repeat. My
Yeah.
Netflix. Now when I try to watch it, my Netflix is on that show.
Dude, the gay son, he's...
They're actually father and son.
Yeah, in real life. Yeah.
And then
Eugene Levy.
De Niro, not De Niro, Moira and him, they played in movies whenever they were younger too together.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
That's so funny.
I can't remember his name. I played up his phone and more coffee.
Yes, don't turn your back on me, baby. Stop messing around. Don't turn your back on me, baby. Yes, you got to spell on me, baby. Turn I need to
Rev it up and crank it up. This is Shots on Wheels Entertainment.
Johnny was a schoolboy when he last was before the song. Love me did, I think it was from there. Didn't take it for long. Got himself a guitar, never went back. Now he's in the rock and roll outfit, and everything's alright. Johnny told his mama, hey, I'm gonna get the big time, boy. Stars on me. Mama came to the door.
They had the house.
Johnny said, don't cry, mama. Swear I will be back. Don't you know that you are a shooting star? Don't you know? Don't you know? Don't you know that you are a shooting star? And all the world will love you just the way you are, as you are. Johnny made a record, straight up to number one. Suddenly everyone loved him to sing the song. Watching the world go by as it goes so fast. Johnny looked around and said, Lord, I'm ready to have a blast. Don't you know? Don't you know? Don't you know that you are a shooting star? Don't you know that you are a shooting star? Just you are a shooting star. Don't you got one night. Yeah. Bottle of whiskey, skin protectors, and fast, yeah. Johnny run past the bar, on summer and listen to the wind, you never change the things that I feel. If I could, maybe I could feel every night. Oh, take it from me. You can go your own way. You can call it love, don't forget. You can go your own Checking up something you won't do. Baby, I feel open up, everything's waiting for you. You can go your own way. You can call it love, don't forget. You can go your own way.
I'm going to do that. Thank
Attention real quick. Hey, just if I could have your attention, we're gonna get started again in about 4 minutes for our final panel, and then we'll be wrapping it up after that, so we're almost there. Here's what we were thinking. Here's another variety of processes. We are running the focus when we say this. Whatever those thoughts are, however you feel like the best is to do. I'll do that one.
Everyone's making it better.
Just one. Okay. Is it irony that we're listening to the Doobie Brothers right now? Eric, we're waiting on you. Good job. Now he's
Hello.
Thank you, Jocks on Wheels. We're gonna get this last session going now so that we can all head down to Levine's hopefully later on. There is going to be a gathering down there. And I wanted to let you know that Ben over here, raise your hand, Ben. Ben is our drink sponsor at Levine's tonight, so. Yes, we're all gonna be able to use that. And I also want to give a round of applause to Brian Rogers. Thank you, Brian, for setting this all up. It's been a long day, but an informative day. Have you all felt that you've really learned something? Great, great, great. So this is the first annual cannabis conference here in Curry County. You are actually groundbreaking people that you have attended this. You walked through the doors and said, yes, I'm interested in this industry as a B2B business project. You see the future for what it's going to be in the future and what Curry County and this region can actually do with it. So I applaud you for that. Our last panel here, we've got three gentlemen that are going to give you some policy and some ordinance and some legislative guidance of how things have been laid out, look in the future. And then as they're speaking, I welcome you to ask questions towards the end to see if you have any specific questions that may not have been addressed. So keep that in mind, all right? All right. Ben Lowinger is our Executive Director of the New Mexico Cannabis Chamber of Commerce. He has actually been quite active in state politics and knows an awful lot about the legislative process, been active in what we had actually done through the statute, the new statute that's going to be coming in effect in April. So that is Ben. Marcus Smith is with the Clovis Planning and Zoning. So he's going to be talking about more of the city specifics on the Clovis ordinance here and some of the other questions that you may have that have to do with local ordinances. And then we bring back Seth Garden Schwartz, who is our attorney partner at Black Garden Law. So he's going to give us his perspective on all of these ordinances and what may possibly, I'm going to put him on the spot with this, may possibly be challenged in the future. Okay, so we're going to start off with a question for Ben. Ben, what can you expect to hear, to see during the next legislative session?
Thank you. So for the happy hour tonight, I will just say, as long as you have this name tag, you're in, and I got your first 2 beers. And there will be a food truck.
Yay, Ben.
So what can we expect? The next legislative session is going to start mid-January. It's a 30-day session, which means it's a budget session. We are the only state in the country that has an all-volunteer legislature, which is created a handful of problems. If you're trying to pass legislation, sometimes you can use it to your advantage, but more often than not, it creates problems. So for a 30-day session, whatever comes up has to be germane to the budget, or it's basically up to the governor what to put on the call. So there are, right now, there's 6 or 7 fixes to the statute that we need to take care of immediately, and then the governor is not going to allow any other discussion for anything related to cannabis. For the 60-day session in 2023, there's going to be an exhaustive set of fixes to go back and revisit what we passed the beginning of this year in House Bill 2. So those fixes right now are, they want to reduce the age for employees for 21 to 18. They want to allow wholesale transactions between micro licenses, which was not the intent when they drafted the legislation, but obviously micros should be able to sell wholesale to other micros. And there's a series of fixes like that. And I do have a list somewhere beyond just in my head. So if you're interested in hearing more, I'd love to tell you more, but know that basically these 6 or 7 things, that's going to be it in terms of making adjustments to statute. And, you know, the statute is the legislation that's like the skeleton of how this cannabis framework is going to exist. And then the rules, which we have ongoing rulemaking, which we'll probably talk about too, that's like the meat and bones of what's going on. And then all of that trickles down to local ordinances relating to zoning and other things at the municipal or county level.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you very much. Now we're going to go over to Marcus Smith. And Marcus, I want you to address some of the things on a city level that you're seeing as ordinances and possibly know of other cities that may be following similar patterns.
So I think one of the, I printed off the ordinance with me. So one of the things that we were looking at in a big debate that happened, we had a couple of joint sessions, obviously, and then it went to P&Z, and then it went back up to the city commission that eventually got passed. One of the issues that we were looking at were just the zoning regulations, the feet from parks, from residential areas, from schools, those kind of things. I think that, from what I remember, those were the biggest discussions that were had, that we talked about in the joint sessions that made its way to P&Z, and then made its way up to the city commission, which was what was voted on. Those are I think when it comes to, we were honestly, Clovis was one of the first ones to jump out there and pass an ordinance. if you were paying attention to a bunch of cities in New Mexico. Talking about other cities, we were, we were going off of what we read from what we got advised from our city attorney to make the decisions that we made and the panel discussions that we had. We were really we were expecting a lot of feedback from the community, which from what I remember, there wasn't a lot. There was a lot of discussion within those bodies that were involved. So from where we came from, our regulation was just per those discussions and from what we got from the state statute from the city attorney. So we were kind of, I don't say trailblazers, but we were one of the first ones that got out there, that passed an ordinance, got it done to, get the questions that are gonna come later on that other cities followed suit kind of with what we did.
Okay, out of curiosity then, on the city of Clovis ordinances, you have some specific thoroughfares that are not able to host a retail building, correct? Is that common in a lot of places? Was that a start from Clovis' side, or did you find that was already established in other towns?
Well, since we were kind of one of the first ones to do it, that's not something that I remember even looking at, and I have not gone back and looked at what other cities have done. Once it passed P&Z and went on to the city commission, we really kind of focused on the things that we discussed in those meetings. So I have not looked at other cities to see what they've passed since then.
So any of you else of you know if the ordinances are similar based on their initial groundbreaking ordinances?
It feels like it's a patchwork as you move across the state. There's obviously similarities, but ordinances in Roswell are different than ordinances in Doñana County, or different than ordinances in Santa Fe. And at the risk of insulting our hosts, I was not tracking a lot of what was happening in Clovis or Curry County, so I don't know the specifics, but if you're wanting to open up several different locations for dispensaries or for grow operations, it's definitely going to be really important to make sure that you're looking at what the local ordinances are, because they all seem to have little quirks that separate them from each other.
It's kind of a policy decision that the city makes, city by city. Like, do they want to have a certain area not have cannabis operations? Do they want a certain area to be a place where there is, it's a policy decision that's made at each local level.
And it's as diverse as each town.
Exactly. It's as diverse as the leadership of each town.
I see.
To put in the time and energy to make that happen.
And that's one of the things that we did our breakout sessions, and I was handling some of the marketing because that's my profession, is that I brought along a few different ordinances from different towns and said, no matter if you're from Berlin, as some of our guests are here, from Tucumcari, Clovis, Roswell area, it's very specific to not only look at your municipality, but also look at the county ordinances, as well as the state, so that you can make sure that you are covered on all levels for all of those details that you may have missed. So you were talking about the rulemaking then that is happening. We've been waiting patiently for retail rulemaking. Do you see any light at the end of that tunnel?
These are the rules for manufacturing and retail, which the process from RLD and the CCD is they present draft rules, and then they have to give at least 30 days for public input, and then they have a public hearing. So the public hearing for rules on manufacturing and retail is Thursday of this week. Okay. It's an all-day thing. If you go to the website, I do give a lot of kudos to CCD and RLD because they have done a really good job. As soon as they get comments, they post them, and it's all very public and transparent. And a lot of those comments are, nothing more than anonymous people complaining, and some of them are really funny in that way. But it does seem like they're also taking a lot of input, because we can look at other states as much as possible, but New Mexico is a strange place. And we have a lot to learn from our medical cannabis program, probably more than from what other states are doing with their adult use. And in lots of ways, the medical cannabis program was not set up in a way that is definitely not business friendly, not always friendly to patients, and also not something that is forward thinking what it's going to be like when anybody over 21 can buy cannabis. So after we have this session on Thursday, then the idea is that they take all the public comments, and they promulgate rules, and that can happen in as little as 2 weeks' time. So before Thanksgiving, we could have rules that are ready that deal with retail and manufacturing. And then as soon as this hearing is over on Thursday, we should see the next round of draft rules, which will be mostly around testing. And then I think they'll do a third round of rules, which will deal with consumption areas and education and whatever outstanding pieces RLD has to deal with based on the legislation.
How do the people comment on this Thursday? Is it a Zoom meeting?
It's a Zoom meeting. I think, the rules are 33 pages. In the middle of my second reading, it's pretty dense. I know why you laughed. It's pretty dense. We're trying to do something completely different. Ending prohibition is not an easy thing to do. There are mistakes in here. There are going to be unintended consequences that we need to deal with down the road. But in terms of how the public can interact, I would go online, and if you see things in here that you want them to change or adjust or at least be aware of, I would go ahead and send them an email now. And then when they start the rule hearing on Thursday, they're going to read through all the different public comment submissions. They're not going to read each one, but they're going to acknowledge that, if I sent an email on this day, they're going to say Ben Roger sent an email this day, so it can be in public record, and that's how you know that they've received your comments. And then after rules promulgated, with the medical program, we had to go back and we had to fix rules several times. So it's not like this is the end of it. It's not as difficult as it is to change rules as it is to change legislation, to change statute. So there's always going to be an opportunity to improve it and make it better. But, Marcus mentioned that you didn't have a lot of public input. It's really important that people who want to get into the business and people who are in the business are the ones who are giving feedback. So it seems like a lot of work to go through these rules. And, our organization, we are really focused on giving feedback to improve what policy looks like. But it's really on each of us to go in and really understand what's going on and do what we can to make it better.
Fair enough. Seth, as you're following along, do you see anything federally that may be changing in the future?
No.
All right, we got
That'll be $400. So this is a fascinating environment, right? Because you've got like a majority of Americans clearly that are in favor of some kind of, more permissive legalization of cannabis products. But there's a lot of political forces at work here. And what most of us feel like is happening is we're chipping away to a point that we'll eventually get to something that feels like federal legalization, but is not totally federal legalization. And so the most important factor there, in my opinion, is the Safe Banking Act. So the Safe Banking Act, if you're not familiar with it, would basically create a safe harbor, which is a dorky lawyer term for a little box that you stay in the box, you're not going to be in trouble. And what that would allow banks that are federally insured or chartered to do is to transact business. So you'd be able to use credit cards, or it would put the 5 card processors into a bad place for messing with cannabis transactions. And you could get, like, all those things would be a lot easier. It would free up the retail space. There'd be a ton of
Lending.
What's that?
Lending. People would be able to get loans from banks.
Like, any other business. Even if you didn't do lending, like, just imagine the ability for your landlord to still be able to keep their loan if they put a dispensary in one slot in one of their strip centers, right? So but my understanding about this right now is that there is leadership that doesn't want a piecemeal approach and is happy to hold up something like the Safe Banking Act in favor for a more comprehensive federal, if not full legalization, a step towards legalization. I hate that approach just because it's going to it takes sand out of the bucket. It's not going back in. It's a problem. But all I would say is make sure that your senators and Congress people know how you feel about this, because all of us in this room would be in a much better place if the Safe Banking Act passed. By the way, if you got full federal legalization, states are still able to create legislation that further restrict, right? So there are different liquor laws in different states, vastly liquor laws in some cases. So the states can still play a big role in this. But there's another consequence of this that might not be so happy, which is if flower can move across state lines, that's going to change the supply situation in New Mexico. And there's a lot of places where it's a lot easier to grow cannabis than it is here. So, you know, this is, in my opinion, kind of a cool time to be getting into the industry because there's going to be a lot of demand, and it's actually all the pain that you're going through to try to figure out these difficult regulations and weave your way through the financial straits. It's a barrier to everyone else. So, you know, understand that those restrictions are actually, if you get through them and they're hard, will benefit the ones who made it through the wall.
All right, now we're going to open it up to you guys. Do you have any policy questions for this panel? Sir?
Yeah, I'm here in Clovis, and with the 300 foot from a residential zone, I'd like to know where you're supposed to open. Are the only businesses that are allowed to be on Princeton the existing producers? So you're ensuring the people that make the most money are from not Clovis? I'm a grower. Y'all put it to, I have to be in an industrial zone. Show me a spot. Show on the map.
We were presented with 5 maps that had each of the zones picked out. So it showed 300 feet, showed 500 feet, showed all of those. And we looked through those maps, and that's the guidance that we got from them.
But I mean, like, if you go look at a map, go find me a place I can grow in Clovis that follows what you rule. There isn't one. You zoned it out. Just like y'all put no outside zone or growing, you can't do that. That is something that is guaranteed in the Cannabis Regulation Act, and y'all chose to ignore it. Your city attorney didn't even read it before he advised you. He said that y'all couldn't do delivery. He said you didn't know. You can. There's a whole courier license. Follow-up question, who would like to represent me as I sue? Because also Curry County took it even a step further. The 300 foot maximum distance from a daycare and all that, Curry County set it at 1,000. Why are y'all allowed just to crap all over the rules?
You got the hot spot, man.
There's no one question, no one knows where can I grow?
Let me intervene here for just 1 second. Marcus is on planning and zoning, and this was a committee-based thing, and I asked him to come here today to speak with you, and I said he would not have darts thrown at him.
I don't think these are darts.
I believe
These are
that,
legitimate.
yes, I agree, sir, they are, and I believe that a discussion can be had, and do I think that maybe the ordinance will have some adjustment in the future because of some of these issues you're bringing up, perhaps?
But it's in the future. So what you're telling me is I have to sue y'all before I even put $1 towards starting a cannabis business. Because y'all you didn't give a place for us to open up. Prince Street, the back of Prince Street is residential.
So, do you mind? So
Certainly.
on November 10th, there's zoning planning.
Yeah, I'll be there too.
Yeah.
It's just why y'all pass it if you, like, y'all just didn't even read the regulations and y'all just go.
And like they said prior, there's no zoning actually just they just did what they were advised.
Read the paper?
Yeah.
Someone needs to read the paper?
So to reiterate, you said that there's a meeting coming up November 10th, and tell us about that meeting, sir.
So on the agenda, it'll address the zoning and some verbiage that's actually in the ordinance for the city. And that way everybody can go and voice their opinion, and I'm sure they'll be more than happy to answer any questions there and listen to what everybody has to say. That way, Mr. Morris also will be there, and everybody will be there so he can explain his thought process on how they did everything.
And that's what I was gonna reiterate, in that meeting, there will be, city attorney will be there, city leadership will be there. Throughout the whole process, they were there, we were given information, we made, we made recommendations, and it got moved up from our committee. So to answer your question, that's where it came from. And so, again, we were the first ones to put it out. It's really hard to wrap your brain around when it's all coming down, when it's been released, you have to have this in by a deadline. This is what you know, this is what can change, this is, we didn't know what other cities were gonna do. We got information, we made a decision on the information that we had. So, I mean, that's the simplest way to answer your question of what happened. And not only was, it wasn't just a, hey, 15-second, you good with this? You good with this? Vote.
That's why I lost.
I mean, there were two-hour meetings of a joint session between planning and zoning and city commission with attorneys present, with other people present, and that's information that we got. So, I mean, it's really hard to answer those questions now. I mean, we had a lot of discussion wrapped around that. So.
The way that we're going about doing this is the absolute hardest, messiest way to do this. We were the 17th or 18th state to legalize cannabis, but we were only the third to do it legislatively. Everybody else did it via ballot referenda where they just put it out to voters and they dealt with it later. We were the third state and New York beat us by hours. So we were only the third state to do this legislatively. And the language in the bill, because, you know, what other states have done is they have just left it up to counties or municipalities to opt out. And the governor was very clear that she did not want that extreme patchwork where you're driving across and you cannot have any cannabis businesses in this city or this county, but you can in this county. So the word that's used in statute is reasonable. Local ordinances can be reasonable to modify how cannabis businesses exist there. And I think the word reasonable is itself, there's a lot of wiggle room in there. And the municipalities and the counties that did go first, your job was absolutely the hardest. But again, just to reiterate, this is why it's so important for us to use the right channels that we have to communicate, what we want. Because I can't tell you how many, and I was really trying at first to show up to every zoning meeting in a bunch of different places. And I was doing good for a few months and then, I don't know, I got tired. But it's, I sat in a bunch of meetings and there was nobody from the public there, let alone people who actually wanted to be in the business. So it sounds like there's still an opportunity to talk about it, which is.
Y'all planned it for the day of the conference. I drove up to Albuquerque to do the legalization conference with all y'all. That was the first meeting. Nobody noticed, there was no real notice of a second one to follow up with because it kept getting passed between. Believe me, I was in there complaining.
I believe you. I know you and I believe you.
The only thing I'm upset about is there's literally, you can't find me an address that fits your rules. Which means the rules didn't work, and y'all spent a lot of time making rules that didn't work. Just like Curry made a lot of time making rules that just didn't even acknowledge what they were allowed to do. You're ensuring that no one from Clovis can do this.
Can I say something? I'm going to say anything. So I live in Clovis, and so I don't know from what you said a little bit ago if I had understood when the city of Clovis said 300 feet from daycares, churches, schools. That's inside city limits. When Curry County said 1,000 feet, it's outside city limits out in the country. You knew that, right? Okay.
I'm having two different discussions at the same time, so this is the Curry County Conference. It does also involve people here. I was pointing it out that if you're out in the county, you're getting screwed.
Well,
you're being forced to follow rules that are unjust by the Regulation Act. I'm sorry for the terminology of saying screwed, but that's what that is.
There are several places in Clovis that are zoned industrial.
But they're by residentials. Like this
Find one that's within the distance of residential that you have to be and industrial. How many are on your map of the city of Clovis that are far enough from a residential address that are also zoned?
Like the only open spot in
How
that
many
situation, if
spots
I
are
would
there
clear
in the
Clovis,
city?
is the industrial part. Which means
From what I
that's big.
remember, when we looked at the maps, they exist. Now, me saying that just says that exists, that it's out there, is it available? Is it already bought up by somebody?
Is it less than 5% of all land in the city?
I don't know, because we
You
looked.
can say it's
because-
available and you've got one lot.
Because we looked at 5 different maps, and we saw what zoned out looked like. Right?
No,
And I'm just saying, like, when we looked at, I don't know, when did we pass ours? What date was that?
I don't know. It was like August 21st or something like that.
Yeah, when I looked at 5 maps more than 4 months ago.
Yeah.
But we did, I vividly remember looking at those maps, looking at available spaces, right? And we know what zoned out looked like, and we know what no regulation looked like. And so whenever we looked at those maps, that was conversation that was had in those meetings, specifically about how many spaces, how many parcels were out there. Because we had somebody that brought that information and said, if we do this zoning, there are this many parcels that are open, and per 20% or 80% occupancy, you have 8,000 parcels that are open, that are zoned, where you can have a cannabis establishment, then that takes it down to 58 or 120 or whatever the heck it was, right? So we did look at them. Those were questions that were brought up and discussed in planning and zoning. It was there. Now, where they are on the map, don't remember. But not to say that we just glossed over it. It was a conversation that did happen. But
We can talk about it on the November. I appreciate you answering my question and bearing this, because no one else showed up.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So to all you people, put November 10th on your calendars if you would like to have a conversation with planning and zoning. Correct? Correct. Okay. Any other questions? Yes, ma'am.
Where I live at, I was at the public hearing and I did voice my opinion and it was received very well by most. But one of my council members wants to limit the consumption areas. And before I get up there at the next town meeting and say, oh, you can't do that, you can't do that, I want to make sure I'm correct. So can the townships do something along those lines as limiting, like what my town wants to do is they want to do no smoking. We're out in the mountains, we're in the middle of nowhere, we like our peace. And so they want to do no smoking edibles only. And so is that something that is allowed for them to do? Is that considered reasonable?
Anybody?
So, you ever wonder why documents get long?
Yes.
They get long because things that people don't want to spend time or money on the front end wind up being a problem later, and the next time they grab a document, they get longer. So reasonable is, there's a legal standard for reasonable. It's usually created by precedent, and there's probably not a lot of precedent in this area that sort of binding on the courts or anything else. So is that reasonable? It is a restriction on consumption. It doesn't say no consumption. It is a restriction. So if that's reasonable or not, I don't know. It's quite a bit of a gray area. There's kind of a conflict right now because we're basically saying that generally we can ban smoking, but we're not going to ban this one kind of smoke. So I think that is, if I was arguing the other side, I would use that argument, right? Because we've accepted that or we're living with it as a society. So again, that reasonable standard is I like to, when you're drafting a document, and I was usually drafting things like contracts and things like that. Legislation is potentially more complicated, right? It impacts a lot of people at once. But I kind of think of it a lot as software. If you're writing code for software, it's a set of instructions for something to follow. The bigger and more complex the program gets, the more instructions there are. Like you can kind of think through if there's a single set of instructions and what the output's gonna be. But you've got huge programs, they get more and more complex. And programmers write this code, then they compile it, they run it, they see where it crashes. And they can fix the big stuff, right? And then they release it to the public, and then they find bugs, they kind of work on it. This legislation is very difficult to draft. Big teams of people, lots of stuff going on, no compiler. You have to think through each thing with the people who are in the room and think about what would happen here or there. Very difficult to do. So people have asked me all the time, where is there available land with water rights? I'm like, that would be a fantastic, valuable project for someone to charge a lot of money to take a peek at, right? Because it's a very complicated project. There's no single database where you can go and sort of figure out where the rights are, where they're available, where they're attainable, like all that stuff. So it's a tough problem, right? So I think it's, when people ask me, it's like, what's the application process look like? Like, you're sending a brand new document to a department that didn't exist a couple months ago. Staff like people who had different jobs a couple weeks before that. Like, it's gonna be fun. And it's just gonna be, like, it's like walking into any new restaurant on the week they open, not so smooth, right? So I think that, and we are all in charge of participating. Because a lot of times people who show up, people who are the most passionate about it, and they might be the opponents, and they're gonna say, I don't want smoke in my, I don't wanna have to walk by a smoky place with smoke falling out the back door, playing Van Halen. Like, I don't want that. Hey, they have their voice. If no one's there to talk about that, whatever else, it's gonna, the people who are the city leaders, the city council members are gonna absorb comment and make a decision. So, very long explanation, like reasonable, like I hate it when my clients want to put some we'll say reasonable or good faith. I'm like, that is meaningless in a contract. Like it's very hard. If you're fighting about that, go be a big check, because it's going to be not an easy thing to show that it went one way or another. So that's not the answer we want to hear. Your best opportunity is to ask the planning department for an opinion. And they might not give it to you, but it'd be nice if you can clarify that portion. Well, I'm sorry, in this case, it's written, like you're not getting, the opinion is no, right? So that you're not in that phase. But some of the issues where things are gray, we were talking about earlier.
Yes.
Like, I didn't think that was great. Like reading the statute, I thought that was pretty clear what we were talking about. But it was a question, like you could ask the planning and zoning department a question where they haven't absolutely said no. Well, then how do you suggest lobbying the city council to change that?
I'm a professional lobbyist. I have no idea what the answer is. I think showing up to meetings, I think I don't know how to draft contracts. I can tell you the word reasonable is problematic. And for our organization, we're looking at New Mexico as a statewide thing, and we're having to pick and choose our battles. And what we're seeing is lots of arguments against, they want to have some kind of prohibition on something related to cannabis to preserve the historical character of a community, which to me is code for we're still going to stigmatize this thing that's now legal. So what I'm looking at is we have communities like Old Town in Albuquerque, which I don't know if you've spent time in Old Town in Albuquerque lately. It's failing. Restaurants are closing, bars are closing, there's no foot traffic. And if you're talking about something that's going to reinvigorate and revitalize a community that desperately needs it, cannabis. And what they're trying to do is flat out prohibit it. They're trying to put a permanent moratorium on it to preserve the cultural character of this part of town. To me, that feels unreasonable. My gut tells me that that's unreasonable. Something like a ban on smoking, Seth was talking about it, I can see it. I don't know the area or the details, but I could see, walking around a certain area with my kids where I'd be more concerned about tobacco smoke, but I could understand a prohibition on smoke. So think it's up to everybody, and I think you just have to reach out to your elected leaders. They're public servants. They volunteered for this whack-ass job that they have. Like, they want to do this. They want to hear from you, and they want to hear your opinion on what's reasonable and, you know, you to make a case for it.
Really glad to hear the word whack-ass used.
If anybody wants to open a dispensary that is somehow themed with Spicoli dropping out the back in Van Halen, I will frequent that establishment.
Luke, what about the copyright issues?
Any other comments or questions? Brian, would you like to wrap it up here?
Well, first, I'd like to say thanks to these people. Thanks to Kathy for doing such a good job running this last panel. So everything got uncomfortable there for a few seconds, right? Shad's in the back and he's yelling. Poor Marcus is up here. But you know what? Look, Marcus is in public affairs. He's in the government, right? He hears that once in a while. And these issues, voiced in this way, whether you like it or you don't like it, I'm glad there's a forum for these issues at least to come out now, right? Marcus made the point that they had lots of hearings, right? If you were really pissed off and didn't like stuff, you should have had your butt in those hearings saying it then. Because once they pass it, it's a done deal now, right? Shad said, well, I might sue the city. That's the next step, right? But that's the legal process. And the good news here is that all of this is happening against the backdrop of a legal process. The difference between the criminal world of drugs and the world we're entering now is that Pablo Escobar didn't have access to the courts. That's all. That's why he had to kill all his enemies, because he couldn't go negotiate, get a lawyer like Seth to get the better end of a business deal. He had to kill him, right? But we don't have that problem anymore. We can go to the courts. We can sue the city to change the law if we want to. We have that ability, right? And that's the regime we've stepped into. And I think that's important to recognize. There isn't anything about the legislation or what the cities or counties or anyone's doing that you could say is perfect. It's not perfect, right? It's not going to be perfect for a long time. But we're going to work through it. And we're going to do it in the context of a legal, professional business community. Right? And personally, I'm very happy about that. I applaud the fact that we can do that. To wrap things up, I want to say thank you, a deep, heartfelt thank you to all of you for coming here and taking the time to learn a little bit more about the business opportunity that exists here in Curry County for so many of us. I want to thank you for coming in here and meeting some of the people that were here, networking with them. Right? Experiencing how people in this industry think. How do they work? What do they like? What are they doing? What's important to them? All this will matter as we begin to form this industry. And forming that industry means us right here, these people. We are the ones who are going to be the tip of that spear. Thank you very much for being here. As was mentioned earlier, our the man bun. I don't think Curry County has ever had more man buns in this place.
I'm spending thousands of dollars a month on hair plugs. I'm actually bald, so this needs to pay off.
It is paying off, I would say, 100%. It is sponsoring the happy hour. It's 414 Main, Levine's Red Door. It looks like a vacant spot on the wall. It's not. It's really cool. And we're going to be heading over there about 30 minutes. Thank you all so much for being here, and I hope to see you down on Main Street, and hopefully we'll have you here next year as well. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Brian.
Yeah. Take me as it comes, cause I can't stay long. One more time to
Yeah.